welcome all participants on behalf of the NEC of Academia and in Information Technology Profession. And this morning, we want to start the program. And permit me to call on our resource person that will be doing justice to what we have this morning. So I have the honor to bring to the podium this morning Dr. Moses Epion for his presentation. Hey, good morning, my sister. How are you? So, I think you are on now. Okay. On your camera.
Good morning, all. Sorry. Yes, on this sheet I will do that. Check your name, check your name and look at I mean the right there. So if there is anything to correct, I'm trying for the one. Okay. Good morning, all. First, I want to answer the progress. That's what is and how this that's simple very questions. So how many percent of if you read the text, there is a way to activate it there. You guys will study this. But I was showing some people how to study this. There is a reading test that tells you to consider. I'm trying to get it. You know, it's I thought
Sorry, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Please, we're so sorry about the food break that happened this morning. I will not actually decide to bother for bread that but in many cases, if you want more, okay, we still have some, leftover, if you want more, you can still have it. Double ration is allowed. Then, but they say it says food in a but you know that the size
It's small.
please keep the meat on. Yeah, still there.
I'm not that to.
I'm not, but I'm still using it. And the child is okay, it's okay. Maybe one more, you can just go to activation. I'm sorry about that. But we don't do better. Thank you. Sorry. That's for him.
All right, I asked, why I asked, was to make sure that
See, I'll show you something. In case you see, yeah, just click on that meeting.
the next class.
Yeah,
I know
it
the
will show for you.
Enhance,
Okay, make I use Mr.
Yes, I still.
Hello?
Before
I personally
use,
Please, thank you very much. Thank
like,
you.
a conceptual,
Thank you very much.
conceptual interface.
Thank you. Your mommy, palliative me.
Conceptual structure.
Thank you, my dear. God bless you. God bless you. Okay, thank you.
Necessary blocks. And then bring those blocks to life. And connect them. What I've observed is between the MATLAB versions, there are variations. Some tools have been changed, or some embedded in other tools. So it's also difficult to go between these applications. Like when I use 2015 and now use 2020A, I found it difficult to connect so I have to redesign the interface again. But the summary is, whenever you want to simulate the design, first understand the concept behind real-life scenarios of this study. So the restaurant system I described, I said, because you have arrivals of customers, then you have a queue, and then the server or where customers take their food. Now, each of these phases must have a lock.
Yes.
Must have a lock. So if you are imagining a security system, and you've identified the necessary components of this, you know that each of the phases should have a block. And in identifying the block, you can either study the conceptual scenario. For instance, in the restaurant system we consider, I say, yes, customers arrive from the foreign population. Maybe I was not familiar with the block. But I can also look at or set or know that in queuing systems, there is what we call entities. So
MATLAB simulator means blocks that have similar or relevant names to the problem you want to solve. So that was why I simply use the stage in browser to say instead of going into the list. We have a whole lot of components for different fields, ranging from medical fields and medical fields to the sciences. So we proceed or maybe refresh your mind on the restaurant is okay. Now the installation, I have no power over that. I have no power over that installation there. Let's recap what I say. The first scenario is that customers arrive at a certain restaurant, just as if you are building a security system, this you want to build a model about how customers on the internet arrive at something. So there must be a similar plot for the arrival. You understand? And let's in simulating 2015, I could just search for entity generator and then pick the generator I want. That's here in MATLAB 2028 practice. You can also search for entity generator. What comes out? You may find different blocks, but simply pick the one that's closest to their needs. Like if I see any block called entity generator, you understand? So you can simply type and this is search. Have it on the screen again. Let me see. Right. Right, I assume you know how to load MATLAB. When you load the metrics laboratory comes up with an interface. To get to simulate, you can look at the ribbon and then pick the simulate icon. Then if you don't know, simply go to the command window. The command window is in the MATLAB environment. You certainly have two greater than sign and then a cursor. Type on that command window simulate. What you will see is an environment. It's an environment that, if it is 2028, you see an initial environment or dialog box where you see this this screen. You see the create new model. So this is the environment when you design your model. And in this create new model, you can see a library browser. The library browser helps you to search for your model. Why this is search. How do I keep this in concept?
Where is it? Let me come. Let me come.
More than one host.
Like probably, I think it looks sharing screen. Only we have very multiple sharing.
So you need these two interfaces. The model design window and the library browser. the library browser I said will help you search for the blocks. You have a whole lot, thousands of blocks. And I said, when developing the components of your system, it's very safe to use the search block. The search block is open. Search block is open. So I can now search for a block called entity generator. Entity generator. Right, you can press twice. Sometimes when you press or search, it may not come up immediately. I press enter again. Now, the entity, MATLAB 2020A has only one entity generator. So we are safe to get it. If it were 2015, then I don't know why. Maybe that there's some components of density this. So never mind. If you like the library browser, let's do for the search for the blocks, the relevant blocks. Yes, yes, you can use to develop your architecture design. When you search for the block, like you have so many blocks, it will be difficult for me to look for the entity generator here. But I have an idea that in modern cleaning system, there is what we can entity. Yeah, and what I need, the first thing I need is customer arrival. So I need what I call a generator. In Simulink, we use generators to generate random events. So if the arrival is a random event, you understand? So that's why I say look for the generator. You can as well type generator. It will bring different blocks, then you search for entity generator. If you have a specific distribution, let's say exponential, one hundred exponential and generator, then type into that browser exponential, and then see what of the search for the type of ones. But this one is still illustrate the entity. Now, I will take this block into this model environment. So it's just like an architect drawing the components of the system. That is like it. But we have the block already there for us. So we are simply taking that block equation. But we must take it in order that's in real life so that it fits in real life system. So to pick the block from this library interface to the model interface, simply go down your mouse and then drag it. So let me do that. So I go down my mouse on entity and drag it. Yes. Entity. As we are developing the model, we advise that we level caption to show where elements so if I want to read that what appropriately you can give it, you can give it everyone what do I So I can say, let's go to you understand? That is all. So customers are like, so the labor that stimulates their arrival at. So let's
Is it the one he's using?
to change.
Let me not
this
watch it. Can cause problem.
There's a country here.
Let's do it on this.
Okay, if I see you in
So you change the you take the amount, then you can double it. And then you change yes, also change action. It allows to maintenance in time of time. So anybody doing that, or maybe you want to adapt that model or use that model, you can simply understand or know what this particular block was. So let me double click and so I can just click on it and then change it to let me say customer arrival. So it's the same process we use when developing your business. You have customers first coming, but depending on each data is calling for each. Remember, there is an arrival process. Else, you can
So I need a few things.
the next thing we talked about was when the customer arrives, what happens? Yes, before the restaurant, you may have some the restaurant takes
Yeah, that's what I'm there. We can share that. That's what we did. So we can get back. Yeah, they have
if you know the type of queue that it's okay, the queue I want is a first in, first out queue. Then you can set for people queue. Or just like queue. So let's type and see what the segment will bring to us. I'll type people queue. So it tells me no search results found. That means so I just type Q. I type people Q and nothing came out. Then I know I'm well, maybe it doesn't. That have that embedded, it has so many fields. So when I type field, can you see equal field here? So it's I can see entity field and other types of fields. So I'm not dealing with let's see this multiple. So we'll take this one. I'll take the equal field onto the model diagram or the interface. So I keep it, why I keep it close is when customers arrive, that is the next port of call before the, let's call that room. Customers stay to get their revenue. So we are dealing with that environment, that small environment where customers can wait. Now, okay, let's load them first before defining the parameters. So I can either build my blocks by placing them, connecting them, then coming to design or define the parameters. Some people prefer when they keep the block, they can define the parameters, whichever. It is similar in all systems. So if you are designing another system, have it at the back of the mind that you will end up defining the parameters. The parameters gives life to that block. So you must know how to do it. And whenever you define a parameter, matter pops up an output. From that parameter, you can then visualize. You can visualize patterns from it. You can visualize performance. So you can see how you can handle that. This will give you an idea of the next place or any design approach. Only that we must understand what activity is that design. So I will want to connect, because these are not independent entities. I will connect this entity and the customer's arrival to the entity queue. Now, what name do I give this? What caption do I give them? I just want to decide this. Because you find that when you are developing any system in the security system, you should be able to know, yes, what name do I give? Because MATLAB brings to you entity key. Or let's say this is the room, the screening room. If the screening room is a key, so I can simply say, okay, when people call me a key, you understand? So I can call that in screening room. You understand? Just as in fact, if I want to model what goes on when people enter that screening room, set the image of that. You can hit it that one. So in a typical restaurant like this, what do you require? Not the name of the restaurant, that's what speaks. With arrival spot, you can give it any name. So it depends on what you need. It's not compulsory. You must, for maintenance sake, give it a name. So I can call it arrival spot. That means people coming there. It's not a name. Then outside, it's not a name. So I can call it arrival spot. Sort of spot. So simply repeat the same thing. Just double click on it, and then erase this one. And then I can say arrival spot. Arrival and what? Right. The next is that room where customers stay to get their needs or our service. The queue system before that server. You understand? It's a server. So we have another queue server. So to get that from Simulate, simply go to the browser server. It brings you different servers in us. So let's type server. And then press enter. So that's it. I have different servers. So I'm not, what I'm interested in is a simple server I can define. Let me go down. Okay. Right. I have seen something like entity server here because it connects entities. So it's not a server that can be used to find and events within capacity. Also, capacity. So I can select the server. What name do I give it?
Queuing server.
The-
Or screening from.
that name. Customers take it. Okay, service point. Okay. So or maybe eating service point, right? That's the rule. It's point. Right. So I am done with the components. I'm done with the components. Yes. So from this, if I digress a little, let's digress a little to the security detail. And imagine a single your system you want to simulate. What do you think of? You think of because I don't want to suggest something. Can someone suggest the simple security system that simulate? What do you think of? The one I gave in that image was an image recognition system. Yes, so I want you to think of something because from your perspective, it will be more easier for you to design. So have you ever seen a security system before? Or how who can describe a system, a security system you've seen before, and then let's identify the problems. Is it possible to do that? And try. Try. Nobody.
Example of banking hall. Yes, like the ballroom. You know, in a bank, it's not everybody that have access to banking. There has to be key holders. So it's a security system in the there is only all the water.
Okay, so we have a bulk room, and that bulk room, what happens in the bulk room? So we have some customers are served, right? So that's our server. So if we have a bulk room, a security system with a bulk room, it's important. The server. So we can define how many persons get into the bulk room service. So it's the components of that system. It's saying that even if you are designing any other system before, then you know that there's a server and you know the type of server. You will always pick this component. Now, what else can you identify in that system? How do customers arrive? So maybe customers arrive from an infinite population.
Yes.
Right. But they are selected into the bulk room, isn't it? Right. So this is also necessary. This is also necessary. Then assuming that there is a procedure for screening customers. Before you go to the bulk room, I want to create an AI-driven system. So before I get to that bulk room, that server, I can have a face recognition block. Let's assume customers key, but it's not, it's not manual system, but maybe what I'm suggesting is there should be face recognition. How do you call it? Camera. Yes, camera. And the way I'm going to represent it is using the technology. Let's assume I can give an image recognition block. Image recognition block. Now, in that image recognition block, what I will have at the back of my mind to implement that is when a customer comes, if I want to really do a simulation, I can go fast. The image recognition block has a point that is really fast. So I can do someone's picture. You understand? And then it gets to the neural network device. You understand? So if I already know that, let's assume it's an automatic system, I can load so many pictures of customers. Customers go to that, isn't it? If they've gone to that time once, there is no need getting information from them again. So if it goes to the bulk, it already has details if he has visited that bulk before. The only thing he needs to do is just get to that interface. And that device, searches it back. Selecting images that visited it's a new image, a new person, then that device should snap you. So in this model, the only way I can use to demonstrate snapping. So if I was demonstrating this to an organization, also the only way is I need to go with this picture. You understand? Otherwise, if I don't have the picture in the interface, I don't tell the picture of that, but we are not allowed intro. You understand? We are not allowed intro. So that is the concept. First, imagine in real life, it's difficult to form concept, but when you are done with the concept, you can now go straight to the model development. It's very easy. Yes.
Like the banking is talking about, yes, we understand that basically the basic requirement for particularly the amount of some money they deposit. Yeah, for instance. And also understand that oftentimes it is not done on the basis of people. Someone who probably came after you and be served before and be attended before you. Probably you will be in a corner trying to arrange your sum of money. You have probably somebody with the later sum of money will be attended first and all that. So how do we coordinate this particular circumstances?
Okay, right. What you do to this, we'll specify the parameters. When you go to the parameters, you tell us choose. I think what we have been saying is under priority.
Yeah.
So I can select priority queue.
Yeah.
Instead of yes. So that's why you understand the cost. Blocks are the same. When once you understand that manipulate blocks. Is that okay? Right. So as I said, there is a block called, there are different blocks, neural network, depending on what system you want to use. If you want to use image recognition, that when customers come, they screen their page first. So that is then if you want to simulate the normal banking, that just use this. Between that server and the people, you need a recognition block. So just take that recognition block. That recognition block, the only way to deal with that is you need to request for an image. So for the purpose of the so you can now say, what I'm trying to illustrate is when customers come, this scenario, you need a camera that maybe snaps image if first if that is his need, it's first time in that system, or when it sees the camera is the recognizing. The camera will recognize so you can have maybe talking for see. You also have some blocks. So you want to do that. So what they are designing is simply an architecture that can demonstrate before implementation, you can produce results from this architecture. Results available in this architecture may be in the form of graphs or visualizations. Just to tell you what happens between the spaces of spanning time. You look at that. So it's simple. So when you come to that security item, you follow. It's very simple to when once you understand the concept, you are done in real life. So you'll be taking blocks that are responsive. So now let's link this. I have established that when customers come in, they join the queue. When they finish with the queue, they join in the service point. So what you do is you point your cursor or mouse to the first output. That protrusion is an output. So I just drag it, see a line moving until it touches the input. And the line is established. Without that, simulating will not be able to simulate that process because it's generating the entities. And the entity was joined, or the customers must join the queue. So I also equally link the people or the queue to the server. So that means customers and service. So I'm done with the architecture. A simple architecture linking these three processes I found physical. So you must, your model must replicate this design. And that is what I've just done. So if you go to a typical restaurant, you will see this. So I've just indicated that. It's just like an architect building a house. Design and structure, foundations. Now let's define the parameters. So I want to define the parameter for the arrival. So I can just double click.
Projects.
The generation method can generation method. So my generation method time based.
Has he signed for you?
Because when they
What is he coming now? They're gonna call her last day on you.
some
Imagine.
notification that's time. So
they'll enter results. I mean, whoever
depend on objective.
you call them and you find a passport that you said he was in school, you say in Namibia. And if you don't sign, I won't sign.
Arrival.
Yeah,
Then we also have
you have to go and take it.
So whichever ones
students go back, they want to hurry me to start a project. So they know
time source.
the time you are coming. And if he doesn't sign, I won't sign.
Time source. Depending, you can choose the signal ports. You can choose the dialogue.
People think it's a joke.
So let's look at let me look at find something. Let's look at statistics. I can study this one looks interesting. Average intergenerational time. So as customers come, let me know throughout the simulation. Throughout the simulation, how many customers arrive at time T0, T1, T2, or to the final time specified. So I can choose average intergeneration time, and then I apply. Now note what happens. Something has popped up. That means what I want to store this. In Simulink, you can study each of the options. Doesn't mean that at the end you have only one visualization interface. I can decide to study what happens during arrival. So that is the statistics. When it pops up, I can attach a display to it. That display in Simulink is called scope. So when we have this zinc or scope, scope means there is some block we can click on and it pops up the graph. So the scope aggregates the simulation process and then brings a graph. So to achieve that in Simulink,
What's transaction?
just type scope. Let's just type scope.
What was said to me, but
See what happens. Yeah. So there are so many scopes relating to different problems in different domains. Anyone that does not concern, don't just pick them. The simplest one. Other ones has some attributes similar to the environment. For instance, if we have a scope block for let's say environmental engineering task, then we have some tasks. The way the engineering task will or the environmental system will display. Will display this model towards that domain. So this one we need to simplest scope. So I can pick the scope. Let me pick the scope. And then place it here. And then link it. So simple. Good.
Actually,
Components want to
it wasn't successful. So it's demanding for statement.
have the statistics out of it. Attached to them.
Okay, you called for
see performance. So I've just attached the scope to one of the components. Let's look at the second component, the Q. Now, this was what I was explaining. Let's look at this Q type. You have people, you have people, you have priority. So I think if I think priority in this case, priority in this case means maybe a dignitary appeared to the restaurant will stop it. Because it appears after and then instead of allowing the next person to allow the person. So that system will model the priorities. It will tell you in 6 priorities, you have to have and specify. Yeah. So it models that system. It shows you time those people are right and how the performance is. So it also requests for the capacity. The capacity, what did I say about the capacity? There are only 5, let's say, few housing space. That environment has space of 5. So we're not modeling what happens. Because there we know how people are always there. We don't want to model what happens to you understand? As well. So I can say here 5. Let's look at this. This one. So let's look at the statistics. When you are designing your system, you typically have some tips. So always read the tips, very important. And on the dialogue courses. So let's pick right. Can you see even in the people queue, the priority queue will also have this. If we have can you see number of entities departed? We want to model that. So 5 people are there in that queue. Not 5 people are there. So not 5 people. So I can study those that departed. Maybe there was no space for them to stay. Let's try that. So people coming, 5 people stay. How many people depart? 200 people that generated over let's say time span of 2 hours. I want to know so that I can optimize the restaurant. Do I need more chairs inside? 6 so maybe using force. because the utilization will not be up. It all depends on what time it takes for customers to finish it. So let's model that. Let's see how many people departed, given the number of the infinite number generated with the time customer per service. And model that without the system. So I pick number of entities departed, B, average wait time is important. Average queue length. Okay, we have already specified. Let's see. Okay, so I have about 3. Number of entities departed, average wait time, average queue length. That's the one interesting to me. Yes, when you finish that, we also have 3 the second scope and read them later. The second one. The third one. Right. I connect the first one. Always connect your blocks. Connect the second one. Connect the third one. So I click on the first one. So okay, let me find this. What name do I give to this? In terms of customer, it's called intergenerational. It's called average intergenerational time. So I can convert it to what name will you give it as regards the restaurant system? Average intergenerational time. That's from the source, from the customer side, the average time. Arrival, we are talking of arrival. So on the average, I can say 10 customers arrive. You understand? On the average. So in terms of time, when the simulation is done, you see it divide into units. And then you see the number of customers that arrive in 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So we can see the average customers arrive. So we want to see then I can now say how many customers departed. That means 200 customers arrived. I could only service 1. So I need to optimize the system. It can help you, it can help you know how to optimize the system. So they are necessary. I can call this, let me call this average. Average customer. Yeah, this one is L. Let's look at other points here. Let's go back. I can go, you can revisit your statistics. The first one is average field time. Average field time. So I can type average field. The next one is scope 2. That should be average mean time. So I can revisit my statistics. Average mean. Come here and rename it to average mean. And customers rated. And the last one is which is D. Go back to the statistics. And then the next one is number of entities. Number of customers that customers party. So what I've just done is each time is school. Very necessary to specify what visualization is expected from that school. Otherwise, you don't have to watch the school. Parameter. If you have 100 parameters, because that parameter generate either or depending on the that's why it's not simply models scope environment that's the so maybe this now process must be processed. I choose the scope. The same thing now, I will see a graph. Something relating to the so the scopes are modeled based on the environment. Right. So let's look at the service. We are done with the arrival and the queue. Let's look at service. Let's see what's interesting. Capacity represents how many persons are in the room. So this is there. Oh no, depending on which that it is the service point. So that depending on how many. So let's put 5 because and then the service time value. So now we can have time of now service time value. Let's say 10 minutes. So on the average, anybody going into the average spends 10 minutes to serve service. Right, so let's look at the statistics. What do we want in the statistics? Do we need the okay? Let's pick the average rate, because it's a rule. So somebody will wait. I want to see Has anyone violated the 10 minutes, or given that 10 minutes, do I need to increase the number of seats so that the waiting time and stop customers to depart? Check and study them. Those are the statistics. Let's look at the statistic that is interesting. And these statistics are based on when you choose a statistic, try to quantify it. So if I want to choose the number of customers departing the service fee, what does that mean physically? Is it important? Or maybe you go and some customers may still be limited, or maybe they're not satisfied. Some customers may depart that would early. It's possible to model that. So you don't just take statistics. You take the one relevant. Some may not be relevant, depending on the domain. So there are other ones like number of entities involved. Yes, the one how many people are on the average still there. Pending entity present in the block. Maybe some people are departed, and some people are still there after eating. So, number of pending entities, average wait, and then people waiting, utilization. So let's just pick these two: average wait and utilization. Right? Average wait and utilization. Let's connect them. So I can close this and then pick the scope block. Pick the scope block. So this utilization. Utilization has to do with the performance of that system. So I can just call this utilization. Or whatever you need. The next one is also the scope again. The average with people waiting, is there anybody waiting on the serving average weight. Average means okay, I already have a means. Let's put average weight. Customers. Yeah, so I'm done with the model. Okay. I have the three models, or the three components, and the parameters of the components are defined on top of the component. Then each parameter, remember, must have a scope. Must have a scope. Now let's do the simulation. To do the simulation, again, it depends on the type of version of MATLAB. So you know what, it's just for you to look at components. Because when I wanted to specify, I was having to MATLAB. I have to look at the corner and identify what I thought I need to press. Okay. So let me, if you are using this, you will search, and you see there is what we call stop time. I need this. So stop time enables you to simulate, since it's time based, that stop time is how many minutes, how many hours. So if I'm using minutes, if my criteria is since I'm simulating a time-based system, then I can say 120 is 2 hours, simulating a system of 2 hours. If I want to do for 1 minute, for the first 1 minute, we need to use the time, then it will be. If I'm using an event-based system, then I will be counting number of customers, so 100 customers, 1,000 customers, and so on. So there is a time you use and time, there's time you simulate for the number of customers. Is that okay? Now, when you are done with that, you also look for another button. There is a button here called run. Run now starts your simulation. Run starts the simulation. And after running, depending on the type of scope, like the scope I had in MATLAB 2015 was, whenever you run, all the visualization pop up. But the one I have in MATLAB 2020, after running, I have to go and click on them. You understand? So maybe they are presenting a more detailed way, not to see it. If you want to see utilization, don't go and click on it. Close it. So it's different depending on the way you are simulating. So let's simulate for let's say 4 days. Okay, if I say, let me simulate for 1 day, what would I give as my stop time? Minutes. So, 1 day. Yes.
I will give you 4 points.
1 4 4. So that's what we feel it's a time is on the 1 4 4 0. Right. So I now run the system. So when you are running, it compiles and then it's done. It depends on how the system is composed. It will show that after compiling, it does not bring up and error this result and begin to give the result. So let's look at customers and average arrival. So I double click on average arrival. And then we have a curve like that. Depending on distribution. So if I wanted to do a real life case, I'm modeling a bank. Then for the arrival, I will use horizontal. That is a real life distribution. So if you are modeling a real life scenario, AI will is know the universe of this course, that is the range, boundary conditions, know the distribution. So that's what we will use to replicate that system. After that, verify. Is it correct? Or compare it. You may have gotten some data before. You can get data from that restaurant maybe in 3 or 4 days. And now say, on the average, it's only 100 customers that come. So I don't need to. So I've gotten the universe of this person. If I want to replicate that system, so I now say, okay, between how many customers visit that place. I can also find out on the average, isn't it? Then after simulating the system, I can at the end say, does this my system replicate the real life? It's easy to also compare. Is that okay? So you can also use the real distribution. But in this case, it's just an industry of any random distribution methods. It shows the trend that So in 4 days, there is some stability. It starts in the first 200 minutes. So I don't can interpret it goes. So it means it shows how customers arrive using a specific distribution. If you want to choose horizontal distribution, check for the block. Horizontal distribution. If a bank gives that, you have that users of this way, and confidently at this moment. This is how your system will behave. When you are demonstrating the model, in the context of the problem. See, I'm talking to restaurant people.
That's why
I must interpret this course, this graph, for them to understand. Taking parameters from that to be. So that's why it's very to have study first. Or else, just think in general, if the supermarket is also, if the restaurant is not,
when they come before,
then so this have 10 customers. This when you have infinite customers, they need to know that we have 10 customers. This is what will happen to the system. You understand? That's the first. And now let's look at the second one. The second one is the average Q line. So I'm going to click on it. So it's almost the same thing. Then this one is more smooth. When customers are told that we saw those instructions, we chose that some customers will depart. So there is this one is just like a filter. Customers come in, there's a filter that makes it more super than the other one. So the other one models, yes, some customers departed. So it's not smooth. So when therefore means that some customers came in and were not satisfied, they think they have to move. You have more customers. So that's why that's curve was not very smooth. Even in this one, well, it's not that it's more smoother than the common one. Now let's look at the third one. Where is it? The average weight. They are almost the same thing because when customers come in time, remain in the queue. So one thing with queuing systems is if you know one parameter, you can predict other parameters. So some parameters will always be the same things. Just like any program you see. How many people will sell it? It's still there. So the same graph you get stored. Let's look at the next one. Customers departed. Customers departed it's linear nature. That means many customers departed that system. They came in, they couldn't wait in queue. You understand? So it's not even a constant. So the restaurant they use it. Well, let's assume more customers in line. So because things have the remedy to that, you can say to the typical restaurants and owners have more, you need to increase the space. Or if you know the universe of this product and you've made a study of it, you know, no problem. What is in your it says, I have only 20 customers a day. So when you see this type of graph, you say, oh, we must mitigate this graph because people have been living, have been departing this system without service. So it's necessary. So when you have the graph interpreted within the context of the problem, that makes it more easier for the organization to make this analysis for working. Let's look at utilization. The utilization of that service environment, is very high. It's almost 100%. So the service or excellent. Servers have no problem. So they are almost completely at 100%. Yeah, so that's the interpretation. But some other factors can mitigate it, like those that we pattern. So that's the interpretation of the utilization. Then the last one is with anybody waiting in the queue. Okay, it's just a constant. It's not a constant. Maybe about 10 days. There are 10 7. So that 10, we have 5 selling points. So we can simply point out that possibly 10 customers have on the average waited in that system. Within this period of time, it's a constant on the average. So that's an illustration. So think, capture what we just said, and then see how you can develop whatever system you want to do. The system has almost the same block. Then it is your concept that will make that happen. That way. Right. So if I want to give you, because if I pick, when I teach practical classes, like here, not something. I want to give you, I can give you, that's a technique for a class work that you can, something that's different from this, that can influence the things. And then only that the time is too short. Such a workshop, you need as much as if you want to really understand this, we need first, when we are really understanding this, then we come back and then we look at where we are tests. And then I see where you have challenges, then we build up. Yeah. It makes no sense, developing, because that would always be an idea. I want to not an idea of the security system. How it's not only in the banks, but there's systems and even the airports, transport system. You can think of that's when you understand better. So maybe we'll meet you have a WhatsApp, right? You have a WhatsApp group, right? What I want you to do is this. maybe it will help. For those interested, we can at some point go to done this assignment and we can ask, and bet you must you need to solve that now. You need to ask me. You can at one point, when the organizers have maybe a Zoom meeting, and then we look at what you've done. I will also do this. But first of all, think of the concept. You will know that the concept, but I don't want to pose a concept of it. So that's when you begin to think why do this security, why like the ones she suggested, very necessary. So how do you implement that? If you sell it to management of banks, how would you explain it? You have the model. The model is interesting. You simulate it. Then you show that yes, it's optimal. Maybe you have a transport system. Maybe you have a security system in airports. How do you know maybe you want to stop terrorists from entering? How do you do it? In the story, what happens? Or how can you best do that? So what I want you to do first before going to stimulation first think of any problem beginning to be, and then begin to define. Let's assume if that problem is not it may not exist. They want to give you a global system with different problems. What I want you to do is and then identify those components. When you identify the components, tell us for each component how do you want that component to be. For instance, involvement. I can say, oh, during involvement, I want the camera that snaps any info or especially in the database. If it comes, the goal is the customer does not need to wait again for supply information. You understand? That's an AI secret. So when you are solving this problem, think of an AI solution. And then after that, try to replicate this problem. Just pick anything. Do a simple, you can do a simple thing. Try to see if you can replicate. And finally, now say you meet some challenges. I don't know how to implement that AI. So let's start something. Those are the challenges I want to face in the now. So with those challenges, if I now tell you how to solve it, what you understand, then you increase your capacity. I don't know if you got my point. So the first is generating concept. I don't want to give the concept. If I give you, I will be the one to solve because I know the concept. But just think of how you can use AI into an domain. Think of any domain. And then you need to think of what components that domain have. For instance, if you are listening to okay, how the students come in, what is the screening? Because AI will have to do screening. The objective of the screening, maybe the objective of management is you don't want anybody to happen. You don't want anybody to be wrong or bad. Yes, those things how can AI help you? You need to have a screening, room that you need to have a screening room, say all those things. And then you begin to understand difficulties and the cross borders. It's very easy to cross. Very easy. So I can bet you, if you know simulating, you don't need to write programs. It's a standard unless you can't find that you need. Then you can buy components. Like we are doing it because we need to travel. It sounds like when I traveled down, I found it very easy because we have a system. I see all those ones without restriction. I couldn't even implement some of the process. And when I went there, I had so much that it's possible. And so what you need to do, if you are really faced with that, go and purchase that very model. You will get that model to give you all that you want. So that's it. It's very simulating is very fast. And use it for your master's research or PhD research. So it presents so much opportunities. You can develop complex systems. Explain that very comfortable. So to stop them, you communicate with the organizers to see how we can help you. At least have that concept, then to build you to do more. Very simple. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moses. I don't know if there's any question in the house for him. Any question? Online, do you have any question for our resource person before we call it a section from his own hand? Any question, please? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for being just to that section. God bless you. While we are still waiting for the next resource person, let's just begin. Let's just go through what we have been doing.
Hello, everybody. Good morning once again. I want to especially appreciate the last presenter, Dr. Moses Kweyon, for that wonderful presentation, sir. So we appreciate you. Thank you so much. And thank you for always being there for us. Enjoy your class. But we have not had enough because personally I was walking around doing one thing or the other. I hope the door is still open for some of us. I will still come to you for further guide. Now we have a Zoom platform which I believe we all belong to already. I don't know if you have seen your name. You'll be receiving messages. Okay. Now what we're going to do is that the facilitators will send some, especially will send some questions to the group. They will work on it. Then we'll fix a date for a Zoom meeting wherein we can all meet and still brainstorm on what we have done for this workshop, and maybe we have Zoom meeting for specific days for each facilitator to follow up on what we have learned so far, especially for the math lab. And for those of us that are in tertiary institutions, Professor Moses is a guru in research and grant writing. So if you are interested in writing grants, winning proposals and all that, you can meet him for that. Just as we said yesterday, he's good in AI as well, speech technology, and a very good lecturer too. He has taught me, we have worked together for so many years now. Professor Moses also developed our payroll system in my university, but I'm still working today. For some people that are interested in software development and all that, he's also available. You can always contact him for that. I'll leave it at that. We'll join the next section now, an online
you connect to
section with Mr. Muyiwa. I'm trying to connect with him. He's already online. He will be taking us on design thinking. Design thinking. Yes, it's good to develop systems.
Your number, your WhatsApp number.
But we need to know what is required, in designing our systems before developing our program. So you come in shortly. But if you have any question or any concern, you can just lift your hands and we can treat that. That goes for those online as well. If you have any question, comment, or any concern, an opportunity for us to treat that or handle such questions before Mr. Muyiwa joins us shortly. Thank you.
No, type in your number. Okay, my phone number. With your WhatsApp number. Okay, yes. So that I can send you the link.
Is this still online?
Oh, let me check.
That's why I quickly want to.
Okay.
So you're this way to. You couldn't tell how before. Do I practice something? You want me to sit from now to 2? I can't.
Yes.
Is it online? Yes. Then
I'm here with this way.
Let me check. I think it is Mayowa. I think it's there.
And granting me.
Huh? Okay. Hello, Mr. Mayowa. Oh, Mayowa, it's Mayowa. Hello, Mr. Mayowa. Are you there already?
Yes, I am.
We can't hear you.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Check your mic. We cannot hear you.
Hello?
Oh, I mean, that speaker don't die.
Is on.
Yeah, it's on. Yes, it's still talking.
Is it better now? Hello, 1, 2, testing.
My mic is
Yeah, I think we can hear you.
Okay, you can have. Hello.
Yes, online we can hear you.
Okay. Online you can hear. Okay, so I think the problem is from the.
I can't see you, Mr. Mayowa. Hello?
I can hear you, and I think the other team colleagues can hear me, but I don't know why you can't hear me.
Yeah, he's talking. But we cannot hear you. I'm coming on. Where's Mr. Topper? There is one thing we're using. I mean, him be calling. Yes.
Check if my was here.
Is there?
Let me go.
Okay.
You even send out updated something. The last one I have was 11 o'clock. Yeah.
Please let me check that wireless. Wireless
Hello,
speaker.
can you hear me now?
It's like it's not talking. Somebody is talking. And
The Bluetooth is not working.
yeah, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Because somebody is talking now, we can't hear you.
I don't have to use your
Yeah,
Bluetooth.
Mayowa, we can hear you. Those of us online, we can hear you.
I don't know which of my president that you There's no way you can run 4 hours content in 2 hours. You tell that you spend 1 hour.
It's 1 hour. I think it's 1 hour.
So that I'm starting 2 hours.
It's 11 to, let me see. 11 to 1. Okay, 2 hours. We will land up.
If it is 2 hours, I will have to go and come back.
Hello, Mr. Mayowa, can you try to talk again?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now hear you properly. That's good. Good morning once again. The online participants and on-ground participants. We are going straight to the next section on design thinking. So I'm going to introduce our presenter, and the presenter is nobody than Mr. Mayowa Adeusi. So, sir, you have the floor, sir. And this year is also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Can you hear this one?
Yeah.
Just to confirm, can you see my screen?
Yes. We can see your screen.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, now you put that here. Yeah, sorry, sir.
I just want to confirm with other participants online also that they can see the screen. I'm happy to give 5 minutes.
We are good to go, sir.
Yeah, the screen is clear to us.
We are good
The
to
screen
go.
is clear. We are good to go, sir.
Okay, thank you. Just give me five minutes. I want to actually quickly sort out the attendance list so that I can group everybody on the call. I just want I want to confirm with everyone that everyone that registered is on the call, just to be sure, so that I don't have anybody missed out from the group. Do we have everybody on the call or no? Hello? Hello? Yeah, can't hear anybody now. Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, meanwhile, we are still with you.
Okay, I was trying to
Mm.
confirm that we have everybody on the call based on the attendance list that was shared with me.
I think the organizers will give you that information.
Okay, can you just please give me 5 minutes just to double check with them, please? Great. Okay, so we'll just confirm. Everyone can see me.
Yes.
Right. Right. Okay, so I'm going to start with an introduction of myself, a bit of introduction, and please feel free to ask questions. I'm going to try my best to make it short. This session is normally a 5 days boot camp, and then I've been asked to make it as valuable in the shortest time that I can. But normally it's a practical session. But at the same time, this is why I was trying to confirm if everyone on the list was on the call, both online, because we have 2 lists, people online, and then people in the theater room. So those are the 2 things. We'll try our possible best to achieve this within 2-3 hours. And then we'll take breaks, 5 minutes breaks in between every 1 hour, as much as we can. But you would please, when we have this break, we should just stick with the time of 5 minutes and not make it pass so that we can finish on time. So as we start, I can't see people online. I can't see people online because the videos are not on. I mean, if you can help me, for those that are online, please put on a video. At least you're my main audience right now. And then, I mean, if there's also a video in the classroom also that I can use to see, I would also appreciate that. But if not, that is fine. But at least people online, please help me turn on the video so I can leverage you as my main audience. And then also, if you can go mute, keep everybody mute so that our session will be smooth. This will also be good. Okay. Ahead, we have free gifts also, but at the same time, I don't know how the people online will get this free gift, but I'm sure our moderator would work something out for everybody. So I don't know. Has anybody heard about design thinking before now?
Yes, we've read about it.
Moderator, can you help us keep everyone mute except when they need to talk, please? So yes, I was asking if we've heard about design thinking before, and I think someone said yes, they have read about it somewhere, but I couldn't catch the person's face name, or I could see the face, I couldn't see the name. Dr. Victor, yes. Yes, you said you've heard about design thinking before, sir. Are you with me, sir?
Yes, yes, I've read about it.
Okay. I mean, not to bother you, could you just give us your own understanding? It doesn't have to go deep, just very simple thinking of what you think design thinking is.
I think to my understanding from what I've read, it's about looking at every design from the perspective of the domain that you intend to design. There's usually a supporting framework for every design. And so if you work with that framework, you are likely not to make any error in coming out with a good design.
Okay. I like the way you put it more to be like a design. But of course, what you mentioned is true. It's a framework. It's just that it has the name design in front, but it's not really a design, right? But it's a framework, like you have said. And some people mix it up to say that it is an agile methodology kind of thing and all, but it is not. It is like a whole full spectrum of methodology, and agile is just one small bit inside, which we would see. I will try my best to do everything within the shortest time. And if time permits, we'll do many practicals as much as we can. But if time doesn't persist us, we would still enjoy our session the best way we can. At least the goal of today is to actually help imbibe the knowledge of the design thinking. And I mean, the only thing we will not be able to do because of the practicality of the session is going to be mostly the practicals, but we'll do one or two so that you have a feel of how this design thinking methodology really works in reality. So Professor Victor has given us a fantastic definition. It's a framework. It's a framework that helps us to build solutions, to build innovation, to build even our career plan. And sometimes in the business workforce or even in the university system, some of the kind of challenges that we face could be maybe our department have an issue somewhere and we're trying to rectify where this problem is coming from. Design thinking is a very good tool that you can use to actually find the root cause of the problem and also find a solution. One thing about design thinking that I need to mention from the start is that design thinking is not about finding a solution. Yes, it's not meant for you to just find, oh, what is the problem? This is the solution. No, design thinking is basically to find the root cause of why a situation is what it is. And why? Because, you know, when you go into the business world today, and then you start to look for problems that you want to solve, there are so many different means of finding problems and solution. But design thinking comes in a different way, whereby it's more based on innovation and it's a long-term process. And in this case, you have to prototype these problems or these products that you build until it fits your objective of what you're trying to actually achieve. And this is why it is very versatile. You can use it across anything you want, personally, business, school, department, Even your students, you can use it any way you want, but the main thing is knowing how to use it. So this is what we'll be discussing on this call today. Okay. So I'll show you some things that people think it is, right? As we've mentioned, again, remember that this session is a very engaging session. We are both learners. We're learning. I'm learning. So I'll open the floor to anybody from the audience. Feel free to also answer questions. And at the same time, feel free to ask me questions. And in my best capacity, I would attend to them. So I'm going to show some things on the screen. And anybody in the audience can actually give it a shot to tell me what they think this is. At least we can start with 2 people for now, since we have a lot of audience. And then because we still have more, we'll be doing, like I said, is is an intuitive session, very practical. So please feel free. The first person can go ahead to tell me what they think. When you look at these 3 pictures, what comes to your head? What comes to your mind? What's the first thing that you think about? Nobody? Anybody want to give a shot?
Well, okay, looking at the picture again, there is an entry point and an output point, and then a processing chamber there. It gives me a picture of an IPO system, input, process, and output.
Okay. Thank you for giving it a try. So this is why design thinking is different. I think you gave us a very technical answer, but I want you to see it more at a very simple baseline. This is just an exhaust pipe, right? And what we are saying here is saying, is innovation too big, or how impactful can it be? You would agree that in some part of the world, maybe you go camping. We used to go camping, for instance, and you have issues around burning fire or charcoal, and you need to make meal. You need to cook something to eat for that camp. Like you go camping somewhere outskirts, unreachable, right? What you see here is what someone just did to say, hey, put this on the exhaust of the car. And then because through the exhaust, it comes with heat, it can actually use this to actually cook that food for you. This is just basically what they have done, right? And this is the least thing that someone would just think about. But again, at the same time, this is just what someone has come up with. But what we are saying again is, while this idea might be useful or make sense, the question we ask ourselves in our own day and time is, how useful is this idea in reality? So, and Professor Victor, you would agree that if we want to play this in our own day and time, this may not necessarily be useful to us right now. Do you agree? Because, I mean, our challenge is completely not the same. And this is why we will not think about this, right? Even if we would think about having this kind of solution, it may not come in this form. Because not even everybody has a car, right? So you need to factor this. And you need to factor, oh, what reach, what means do people even have? And this is what we mean by finding the root cause of our problem, rather than just giving solution upfront. So we'll give another try, and I will want another person from our audience. Professor Victor will take all our gifts today if we leave only him. So, I mean, this one is clear. A woman can go for this one. This one is very, I mean, no different, no gender difference, but just leaving it open to more women to participate. Anyone giving this a shot? Anyone from the AITP General Secretary audience?
Can I try? My name
Yes,
is
please.
Alexander.
Yes.
Okay, I think this is much easier for toddlers, I guess. If you need to have them pull without without them actually getting the place dirty, they have something to keep them in focus, because the day and age that we are now, they are yeah, the kids are tablet kids. So with a tablet, you can keep the child there. He wouldn't even know when he's done, either pooing or weeing or so. Yeah, I think I can drop that there.
Thank you, Alexandra. Great stuff. I think I also have Mohammed Alidu's hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I will try to attempt. When I see the design, what comes to my mind is that this is designed for children, because most of the times children of nowadays want to play with digital electronics, and there is that likelihood that they will break it or they will throw it around. But since it is designed this way, it is easier for a child to see it, play with it, and then leave it without necessarily breaking it. That is my thinking. Thank you.
So both of you are actually right, and you would agree that this example compared with the first example is different. This one is easy to spot that this innovation makes sense to us in our day and time compared with the first one. And that's why, I mean, on both sides, either it keeps the children busy and want to use the washroom, or the design is playful. It goes both ways, and you're both spot on. And this is what we mean by design thinking, something that goes to the root cause of the situation, rather than focus so fast on the solution. Okay, so we still have pretty much more examples. I mean, we have this example. This one might be a difficult one, but I'll skip this one for everybody. But this one, can anyone take a quick guess on this one? And this one is actually what happens today in our day and time with people that enjoy being on their phones. Anyone want to take a shot at this one? Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. If looking at the pictures, if what I was able to understand there is that there is the need for privacy, because if you look at the one using the handsets, the one who is also on the system, all activities are tilted toward privacy, ensuring that no third party have access to what they are watching or what they are doing.
So you're correct.
You.
You're very correct. Thank you too. Just like you said, this person is all about privacy. But again, the question we then ask is this the best way to actually go about privacy? Because also this can damage your eyes, right? So again, design thinking is not about just coming up with solution, but coming up with a safe solution that solves the problem from the root cause. And this is the reason why we now have screen protectors that are hidden, or there's a name they call it, but they actually keep the privacy that someone next to you looking at the same screen would not see what the owner is actually looking at. So that's what this does for us. Okay. So again, we have something similar with the wine opener, but I mean, this is not sustainable. It's just what we're saying. So we're going to use this to actually go into our program. And then, like I said, this is all of us being the trainer today, and then making sure that we do understand why this subject is very important, and why you should also incorporate it into your day-to-day. Even if you want to buy a land, you want to solve a dispute, you want to fix a problem, you want to understand your potential for long-term, maybe savings, pension, your retirement, what do you want to do after retirement, you have to plan. This tool can help you do all of that. But in the more business settings, this actually helps solve root problems in teams, in solutions, products. This is what we use in solving those kind of problems. But in this our own day and time, as we are academicians and also some experts on the call, why should you care about design thinking? Can anybody in the audience give us at least one reason? We need 3 people, volunteers, to give us one reason why you think we should care about design thinking. We've already been saying it, so I think it's pretty much straightforward. So, but there's no wrong answers. It's a learning platform for all of us. So anyone from the audience wants to give this a shot? So we have 1 volunteer. We need 2 more volunteers. Do we have any more volunteers from our audience? Okay, we'll start with you, Mohammed. You can go ahead.
Sorry, you mean me?
Yes, please. Your hands were up.
Okay. I think, to me, what I think we should care about design thinking is first, to me, it's kind of give a clarity of a particular concepts that somebody want to like present. And then, yeah, that's the first thing to me. I will want us to care about, because if the content is not clearly presented, I will use example like the other one where we're looking at people who try to like talk about who care about secrets, but the way in which they go about the secret was poorly designed. So thank you. That's my modest contribution.
Okay. Thank you, Mohammed. I think we have Ade also that wants to give this a shot. And Abdul?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please go ahead, Abdul.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, ma.
Yes, this is Abdul Husseina. I think design thinking gives us possible solutions to daily life problems.
I like the way you put it. So this is a female perspective, and I like the way you just categorize everything and just solve the problem once, huh? Thank you so much for that input. It keeps it simple.
Yes,
I really appreciate it. Thank you, Mohammed, also for that analogy of how we should think about it. You both are right, very right. Why we should care, I want to use what you guys have said. It just helps us to solve our daily life problems. Okay, just keeping it simple, right? So as we go inside, I'm going to walk you through a couple of things that we should look at, right? So one of the first things that we look at in design thinking is the impact of design thinking. And when we look at the impact of design thinking, hello? Okay, so I think it's now muted. So one of the first things that we actually look at is to actually create a customer experience. When we say create customer experience, it does not necessarily mean customers as business. It also means that for you, the environment, the experience matters the most, okay? And this is what they mean. The experience helps us to drive growth. The experience helps us to drive trust. The experience helps us to sell what we need to sell in a manner that we ourselves are not even looking at, right? And most importantly, it also helps us to drive loyalty. Now, in our setting, we're going to pick an example which we would be the one to decide today on this session. And it does not have to be a business setting. It can also be an academic situation. And we will deliberate on two situations that will be presented by our audience. And then we will use that to leverage and implement a solution through the design thinking tool. So you start from the root cause and you probe, you keep probing, because that's what design thinking is all about. Design thinking is about three things. It's about the what, the why, and the how. And in design thinking, even though we say it's about those three things, the why most of the time is mostly important. It's like saying there's a problem. Maybe we should start with a situation. I don't know if anybody in the audience would like to give us a situation. Let's start with that situation. It could be maybe why something is bad. It could even be politics. It could be anything. Just throw something, an example, and let me show you how you understand. Let me show you how to understand how it works, so you understand how the design thinking from a root cause actually solves problem, and then over time it refines the problem, and then helps in then building the solution in the long run. I don't know if anybody has something that would like us, an example that they would like us to just quickly use as an example. Please, I can't see everybody, so feel free to jump on a call if you're talking, and I'll pick it up from there. Anyone on the call? No examples?
Okay, let me come in here.
Please, go
Let
ahead.
me ask, or let me see. This is the current situation where we are now. How to call security? How do we design? How to call insecurity issue? Let's say a community. Yeah, it's more, especially in Abuja here where I stay. I think that is beginning to become a problem. The local communities where we stay,
Yes.
the rate of insecurity is high. So how do we design the thinking pattern when it comes to this. Yeah.
So you've given us a very interesting example. In fact, it's actually a real problem situation you've given us, problem statement you've given us. And I would actually not just start with this, I will also even keep it as one of the projects that we would work on this call going forward, because this is a very good example. But just starting now, because we still have a lot that we'll be using this example to do. The first thing would ask ourselves, just like you said, and please allow me to be interactive with you. I'll be asking you questions. It doesn't mean you know all the answer, please don't worry. But you'll see how the probing works. So the problem statement is we have insecurity issue in Abuja, and then we are looking at how do we resolve this problem, or what best means could we use in curbing the issues. So one of the first things we want to actually look at is how many places are affected. Remember, we said the what, the why, and the how. So we know the what. Now is we need to know the why. Why is it happening? If I ask you this question, I know you're going to say something. I'm going to ask you the question again. I know you're going to say something else. I'm going to ask you the third time, you're going to say something else. And you're going to be saying that all three different things that you're going to say are not connected. And you will see the reason why. So we're going to start the exercise, Alexandra, if that's fine. So from your own perspective, what do you think could be the reason that is causing this insecurity within Abuja, in this community, in this case?
Okay, so one of the things I have noticed, especially with the young or the teeny youth around, they are unemployed. They are not gainfully employed. So that will lead them to some of these vices that we have around. I think that's one of the issue I have seen predominantly. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one.
Okay. So the first thing I hear is they are mostly youths, and then the reason why these youths misbehave is because unemployment, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. Another thing I would ask, which is harder, is this youth. Is there any program that the government has also done to keep them busy, or community?
Yeah. So far from the communities I have interacted with, none. Yeah, none. Reason being that the age bracket of the people I'm looking at, if they have to be employed or if they have to be empowered, most of them will need to be educated, sort of, okay, to be presented that opportunity. I give you an instance. The last administration, there was a need to get in teachers for the schools that were around using the Empower program, but most of them are not digital literate. So that became a challenge, and most of them declined. Very, very few persons were able to succeed in that enrollment. Yep.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. So apart from the youth, do we still have other forms of insecurity within the community? Or apart from even the unemployment, do you think there are other things too that we should consider?
I think those are the ones that easily come to mind for me. Yeah.
Okay. So now we'll go to the why. So now we are only testing youth right now, since this is where we are, right? So we'll now go to the why.
Yeah.
Mention 2-3 things. One is age bracket. Another one is that they are not ripe for the type of skill that you want them to, right? And they need this skill. And then third, they are not also available. Is this correct? These 3 things, are they correct?
Very correct.
Okay. Now, if I ask you a question, I want you to think deeply. Don't worry. You can take 30 seconds to also think it well. Why do you think this is happening? Take 30 seconds.
Okay, I think one of the reasons I have, although this is a personal approach I was trying to take, talking to some of the community heads when we have our meeting. I think one of the basic reason why is orientation, proper orientation to uh, problem solving.
Okay.
Which I think one of them is self-awareness, the ability to know that to offer, regardless of the state of my education. Okay, I have something to offer. Okay, I have somewhere to volunteer myself, so to say. Sorry, I'm still mentioning solution and taking why I do.
Thank
But
you
then,
so much for
yeah.
acknowledging that. I understand.
Yeah.
But you get what I mean now. You see the exercise. So
Yeah.
the idea of the exercise is we know where it can land as the ending part, right? But the is that what this is helping us to do is helping us uncover the gray areas that are not being looked at. You know, it's easy for us to jump into conclusion on things sometimes, but when we start to actually start looking into some certain things, following those probing, the why, the what, and then you then start looking at the how. It's a journey. It's a journey map that you're gonna be doing, right? Because you've mentioned self-awareness. That's also leading us to a solution, right? We know it's self-awareness, but when you do the problem very well, even before you get to the solution, you would have known how, you would have seen where that connection of what needs to be done. You know the solution, but how do you carry out that solution, which is the implementation? This is what design thinking also helps you to achieve. And then thank you so much for giving us this example. We would work on this example pretty much more. Don't worry, I don't want us to do too much here because we still have to work in groups again, and then we would actually probe even much more fast, much more, and then we'll all come up with our own ideas around what we think. So the second part is to get alignment with business and technology, which is unlocking the true potential of technology and business innovation. So for this one, this is also basically some of the things we just did on the call, right? But we just did with Alexandra exercise, right? But we've not yet started talking about what tools do we need to actually achieve solving that situation. This is where we need this part, right? So this one is pretty much intuitive. And then this is where we then talk about, I mentioned to you already about the impossible. This is our how, and then the implementation side of things. Okay, I've just been told I will go on break soon, just in case. If I overpass the time for break, please let me know. And then once we finish with our how, and then we actually then create a buzz, which is where we do our implementation. Okay, so this is what it means. And I'm happy to share this slides with everyone after the call. Just let me know if you do need them. Okay, so regardless of if this example we've used is Alexander's example, these situations, regardless of the situation, happens to us in different time. We have so many doubts around things. We don't know how to go about fixing them. We don't know how to go about starting to think about it. We don't necessarily need to be project managers, program managers, or one big consultant before we actually can solve some real problems that affect us either as a person or even as a group. Now, this tool helps us to achieve that. And for you to be able to achieve that, and for you to be Okay, I think Dr. Martins, please go on mute. Dr. Martins. Admin, can you please help mute Dr. Martins? Okay, thank you so much. So sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, I'm actually just showing few of the companies that have actually been doing design thinking and how design thinking has expanded from what we used to know to what it has been doing. So I'm not sure if anybody remembers Babel. I'm not sure, but I mean, some of us may remember MySpace. MySpace was more or less like Facebook before Facebook became the replacement. But at the same time, design thinking has also helped to expand all these different solutions from one phase to the other. And today we have so many different solutions or social media that keeps us busy. We have Twitter, which is now X. We have Instagram, WhatsApp. But all of this came out from the first big guy that actually broke the market, which is Facebook. And then we start to iterate these same ideas in different forms for different category of people. And then now we have Snapchat and then TikTok, right? So this is how design thinking evolves. This is a practical example of design thinking journey. And I will show you the methodology after we come back from break, because I think, yeah, I keep watching the time. So creating a great experience is hard. And you can see that from the example that we just did with Alexander. But at the same time, he knows his problem very well. That is the problem statement very well. It is his community. This is one of the best qualities to have when doing or when you're a program owner or a problem owner. So this is an example also with banks. Banks don't have great customer service, especially in our country today. Do you guys agree? If you agree, just say, you can just type on the chat, yes, right? But at the same time, we on the outside know that the banks don't have great customer service. But the question we should ask is, do the bank know that they have great service or not? Because the question we should ask ourselves is, do the banks actually see it the way the customers see it? Or do they compare themselves with other banks to say my customer service is better than the next bank? Because that's where the situation or the problem comes. Banks in Nigeria, for instance, which is this example that I've used here, they don't see the same thing customers see. And this is why you see retail bank will say that their service is great, but you can see customer will not agree, because it is the truth. Customers are the ones that go through the problem. And the same thing with wealth managers, which is still in the banking system, a different unit. And also customers is even terrible in that place, and they complain a lot. And this is the truth. And anybody on the call can agree that, I mean, not every bank branch or whatever bank you use gives you the best customer service. And I mean, this is just reality, not an ad-hand truth. But now I will throw it over again to our audience to ask this question. My question will go like this. If there is no good customer experience, what do you think can happen to a business, can happen to an idea, can happen to a product? You can choose any of these and answer the question. By the way, I'm taking note of my gift takers, just so you know. So please feel free to raise your hand or just jump on the call. Any takers? Yeah, I think I have people on the chart. Okay, Ajayi. Okay, Mohammed says it will crash. Do we have any more input? Yeah, I think Ajayi is the one Ajayi Ebenezer is the one managing the audience on the other side. If you can, please, if you have someone in the audience in the AITP general side, please feel free to allow them make the input also, so that we can have their participation, not just us on the Zoom on the other side. Yes, thank you, Ajay. So we have
problem noted.
yes. So we have Abdul. Abdul said, if there is no good customer experience, market will not move. Laymaster. I like how you keep it simple. Thank you so much. Do we have anyone from the main audience side, Ajay?
Mr. Mayo, I want us to participate on people on the ground here, please.
Do we have anyone on the ground? None yet. So I think we have 3 already. Dr. Martin said it will hinder innovation. Everybody is right in their answers. It will definitely hinder innovation. It will hinder progress in the business. No customer experience, definitely markets will be on a standstill, just like Abdullah said. And Mohammed said everything will just crash, right? Yeah, so in the business will crash at the end of the day, depending on how big the business is. But in design thinking, it goes pretty much different, because customer experience is key for design thinking. And you're going to see pretty soon why it is key. So just leveraging on some of your answers, I'm going to give you the ones that I also have here. So companies that don't deliver great experience will die. And this is just exactly what Mohammed has just said. It is true, no lies, right? And then we also have other ones where we look at companies who fail to disrupt their market will be weakened by those that do. And this is regarding the point that Abdul also mentioned not too long ago, right? And then are you going to let your organization die? The question is no. And this goes back to the innovation that Dr. Martins has also mentioned. So it's like all 3 of you were pretty much doing something to my slide. I've not shared it with you people, but for some reason you have too many of my answers already. And I'm happy to see that. So why is digital disruption important? I mean, there's so many reasons, but we've said many of them already. Disruption comes from everybody in everywhere. It even comes from our competitor these days. And you will see a good example of this is things around like our telco, for instance. You see there's a lot of competition between MTN, Airtel, Glo, Etisalat, right? There is that competition for a purpose. It helps them to keep innovating, and they keep giving us great data services. We also have new battlefield, which goes into this. I mean, it depends on what you are using to fight this battle. In this case, the example we just gave, it is data they're using to fight this battle, not phone calls anymore. But on the third side, we then look at customer loyalty. At the end of the day, no matter how you fight battle or you disrupt the ideas, you still need to have loyal customers. But the best way to do it is through the relationship, the experience, the customer experience that you build. And then from there, you can also impute disruptive changes and create rules, strengthen that program. And this is things to actually consider. Okay. In 1 minute, I'll pause here. I'll leave the screen for us. I'll pause here because we'll be going on a quick break. And then when we come back, we'll finish we'll finish our slide and then do our first practicals, just to have a real feel around how to implement this. I don't know if we have any question before we go on break right now, or you want to ask a question after we come back from the break. Please feel free. You can just populate on the call to just speak, or you can also chat. That's fine. No questions? Okay, sorry. I think we have 2 minutes more. Sorry, I didn't see this. So Infinix also answered, but we didn't see his name. So we don't know who is Infinix, but yeah, lots of customers. That's true. Do we have questions? Okay. In the light of no questions right now, I would like to keep the time. But please, if you still do have questions, please, when we join back or when we come back after the break, please, I will be happy to attend to them so that we can really move fast, because in the next few slides, it will be more around the tools itself, the methodologies, and then so that we can then use that to then do our practicals. Ajayi, please, if there's anything, how many minutes do we have for the break?
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mayowa, for that presentation. It's a very wonderful one. So we hope to have you back in some hours back. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Yes. When are we all getting back? That's the question, so that we know.
No, everybody must come back. No.
Yes, but when?
In an hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes time.
It's a 1 hour break. Okay, I thought it was a short break.
No, it's not a short break.
Okay, that's fine. No problem then.
Thank you very much.
No problem. No problem.
Yeah. So see you again in the next 1 hour.
Okay, so see us back in 1 o'clock.
Thank you. Sorry, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, actually, it's not a general break. It's just a break for Mr. Mayawa so that we can quickly take another presentation.
Technical break.
If I use
I'm coming, sir.
if I use this speaker, will they be able to hear me online?
Yes, they will.
As it is my speaker.
Yes. I'm coming. Let me just introduce properly.
from the next.
Sorry, thank you very much for your time. Actually, just is a technical break. It's not a green break. Today is the marathon presentation. So we have one of our presenters that need to quickly travel for another assignment. So we want to take him before he leaves. So that's the reason we have to find a way of doing that kind of a break. So sorry for that information. So now let me quickly bring on the stage also another presenter, the resource person for this workshop. And it's no other person than Engineer Bayo Father Yomi from Prince of System Limited. Sir, you have the floor now.
Yes, and now we go. Yeah. It's appreciated that good morning. Including those man online platform. I hope you can hear very much. You are just request to stand or system protocol. This program that so I'm requesting to stand on that system protocol so that I can move on with this workshop. I'm very happy for the opportunity to be part of this program. Yesterday, I connected briefly online and I saw a platform of technical information that was being and I didn't want to, from my brother, I saw the quantum of information technical. I'm very proud that the level of technical know-how that we have in this country. I'm very proud. And I say congratulations to those who have spoken before me and organizers. I bring greetings to you from all of us at Result Systems Limited. Result Systems is an AI consultant. We provide several services, 5 support services for clients, both individuals as well as corporate organizations. I'm very sure that some of the audience are corporate, we assist to get your data when you need to analyze the data, to build your model, to train the model, to deploy technologies for clients, to develop software generally, especially those that are AI powered. Okay? And we do training for general computer training, particularly on tech stuff, computer programming, whether it's in Python, Java, JavaScript, or other languages. So we train clients on this, and we create smart products for corporate products, particularly the energy sector. The mission will actually to create smart products for energy production and consumption. Because we know that the whole world is going to the line of renewable energy. So a lot of smartness has been brought in terms of the way energy is. So we are going to stay there ahead of them. And we participate in seminars, in workshops like this. So the mission today, after I've been informed, is to do some exploration of AI utility. That is to look at AI products. So we are going to be developing some products. I can come with some products, I just show you out, but I prefer to let us work together and then develop some parts together so that you see what it takes to develop AI. My name is Brian, as you have heard. I'm with executive to the MD, then software, this is software alignment. So together we'll be looking at a few things
let me run you through what I intend to work on. I was given 5 hours, 11 to 5. So I prepare content that covers what I can. But it looked like I just made out with it because I saw there are other men on that. It's okay. Wherever we can get it with the content, fine. So first I want to develop a QR code generator, a scanner, and a web content reader. Okay. QR code, we are looking at something like this. Okay, we are looking at something like this. Okay, it's a way of encoding information. So we'll look at how to generate it. That is what involves a lot of artificial because rule-based authority. But the artificial intelligence part of it is how to detect this and read the information it needs. So we'll write the code and then develop the scanner. I know this is not in system, but let's see how they do it. And then when we read the information, we will try to kind of navigate to the site where code URL, that web link, we code it all of this, then we'll scan this, navigate to that site, and we'll read the content in that site. Sorry, this is not showing as part of present, okay. The objective in that first development, the objective is to demonstrate the use of models. You see, like one of my staff says, this AITP is all about creation, training, deployment of models. Everything is model. So if we want to see, we want to demonstrate the use of models and system models that have been trained. The models we'll be looking at here will be object detection model and text to speech model. Those models are already there and trained without model. And the practical value that we want to take from that is we just imagine that there is an elderly professor. Okay, the professor, their head is very sharp, the brain is very sharp. But sometimes not the sight because of advanced So if I write the URL in the report now and I ask it to navigate, you see that some will have to start adjusting their spectacle before they can see. So instead of we can think of a way of assisting such elderly ones to be able to navigate the website and read the content of the website. When I was much younger, my grandpa used to call me to read newspaper. Just read it. And sometimes I read one specific cover. My friend goes out. So we will see how we can use AI to open a page and read. Then we will develop a load decision app. That one, we are going to create our own model, train the model, evaluate the model, and deploy it. Okay. The objective in that part of development is to see the creation, the training, the evaluation of models, and its deployment. We will do some exploratory data analysis, we will do some visual engineering, all those concepts that speakers share they want to talk about, we demonstrate practically. The practical value, I have this friend in Kaduna, and I'm very sure each of you have a friend like that. Today we become since I'm very tall, I don't even know how to do the guy, this guy, I give it to him. Another time they come again and say, those kids need to pay school fees still at all. I give him some. At the time, I don't think that I think we can do something. We can start with small business. And people will just come, they take loan, you put interest on it, then from interest you can start growing from there. I think I said, are you kidding me? Where else get the money? It's simple, we just go to the bank. If we establish a relationship with them, we get the loan from them. Plus their interest rate, that's it, loan plus X. Then you take the same loan and you give it to people and you charge them interest S plus K. So the K will be your own K. It's not simple. Then he said, what about if people let it and don't pay back? Because in our system, a lot can happen. That's right. So what we can do is to deploy artificial intelligence to determine who will pay and who will not pay. We get the model, we train it. So that when an applicant applies for loan, you collect his information, your religion, your age, where you work, your income, the public information we have on you, all sorts of information. Then we pass it through the model. The model will tell us we are 90% confident that this person will pay, or we are just 20% confident. So, and you can trust AI with that kind of stuff. If AI tells you that this person probability of 90% that will pay, trust if you want. So in that case, you adjust your pay. The extra interest. Okay, you adjust it to cover 90% of the business. So we did it. Develop the model, put in a note app on the mobile app, and today my friend is better than he was. So we are going to develop that kind of app. You will see it if we have time. Now we will also introduce you to Webcam 2. Webcam 2 environment knowledge analysis tool. Because I know that not everybody here is coder. Most not everybody loves code or writing code. So if you need to do machine learning, you need to do data mining, and you need to do model training, all those stuff, and you don't know how to write Python code, Java code, and all of that, then the Webcam tool gives you a no-code alternative to this stuff. So we need to download the tool. I said it earlier on that we can install it, but I'm not sure it's a basic enough. So we'll download the tool, install it, and then you see how to use this tool to create model, to train the model, and then to deploy. Okay, so the practical value we take from that is that we intend to assist researchers. The researchers who need to deploy a model, they don't know which model is used. They use conventional, they use the decision tree by fire, they use public machine, or they use random forest. It's some kind of you don't know which one will perform until you test it. So this Webcam tool will give you a very good opportunity to test knowledge. Look at the performance, then you see the one that you can develop further. Then finally, we will see development of ODM examination platform for visually disabled individuals.
The same thing, if they pay 20,000 for their own for that side, 20,000 on that group.
Just kuna 20 or 10,000.
We are going to develop that. We already have that platform online. So I was just giving the fundamental of how we develop it in the next step. All right. The
money that they pay for the same thing
I spoke about.
So I won't carry the conveyance.
Let's take some time for the slide to show on the screen.
Won't change conveyance.
So this is what most they do.
As a first group, the server I have, they don't have to do like this. Just collect people to connection and click on lights. All right, when we need to do stuff like this, development, the first thing you do is to prepare your development environment. And for the development environment today, I'll be using Python. I will use JavaScript, HTML, I will use CSS and C#. I'll go from very simple to simple to not so simple. Then to I don't want to say advanced because I know really advanced. I don't know, let me ask first, please, before I progress. How many of us in the audience are Python literate? Python literate. Okay, even if it's beginner, okay, yeah, good. You know, the very important thing for job is that I did it or not this. Then let's ask a while, you can ask that question again. Everybody is different. They said, are you completely literate? There is something. For today, you don't ask if you are because whether you are AI literate. So, and I tell you, for us in tech field, cybersecurity professionals, management information system professional, or intelligence professional, we have to be either Python literate, MATLAB literate, or any of these. So we need Python environment, and we need As an editor, PyCharm, you have that, or typical notebook, you have Spider, you have intelligence. End of the editors, like what I will do today will be, I will be using a typical notebook. Code means lot. It's a do it. There's something that will not give you the support. You know, when you are writing code, like code on completion, like a syntax check, and so on. If you use notepad, it does not give you the support. Wow, I don't know if we have those on this, but if we don't, no problem. I will just run through it on my notebook and see it. And then we need some libraries. So Python libraries that can be used to do this. Python barcode, QR code, Pillow, OpenCV, Python, useful soup for AITP and Keras and Checksum too. You must encounter these libraries in your theoretical class. Even if you're a master student, or professor, you want to come at home. So we see them in practice. All right, so that's it. Just the introduction. Now let's get to business. Wow, this is not looking so sharp. So please, is it possible to drag
That's what the
turn your wire? If I wish that we can have something bigger. I think it's slightly better now. Okay, so this is the typical notebook. Typical notebook. Okay. You will have seen it before. My screen is not showing.
No, it's okay.
Okay. The first thing you will need to ensure if you want to start working with AI, you need to get good system. You need to get good system, fast system, good RAM, good processor speed. Because when you start doing training and your spell is slow, even with fast systems, sometimes it takes time to train the model. All right, so this is the notes I will call it. If you look at the first cell there, I have installed some environments, some libraries that I will be using. So you can see I've installed QR code, Python barcodes, Pillow, OpenCV, and so on. So maybe after the class, I will send this note to you. I want you to try it. See, the only way to know is to do it. If I mistake English from getting tomorrow, if you don't put your hand on it and practice it, you won't know it. But if you do it, you see that you are not in it. So when you get the note, try to install Anaconda. Anaconda contains all the battery, but this is out of battery. There's the battery outside. So if you can download Anaconda and install it, then you have all the tools. All the tools. The notebook. All right, so the first thing I will do is to create a folder where the images will go to. Normally, I can just go to the folder, right click, new folder, and create it, which is simple. But when you are deploying or developing something, you don't want to punish your user by telling them to find create folders or telling them how to create folders. So you just do it in code so that the program will create the folder. So that's what I will do. Watch. Okay, first let me be sure. Sorry, this Zoom bar is blocking my access to.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Can you manage?
Please give me a moment. Let me try to rearrange. Aha. Remember. Okay, this is my root directory. I think I created these images folder before. I will just delete it so that everything can start from scratch. Okay. So I will just delete. Okay, I'm not sure if this is transmitting immediately. Okay. We have to erase it. So because of the internet stuff, you need to be patient a little. All right. You use the operating system to create folder in Python. So I import the operating system, OS. Simple. I'm creating a folder here. And in Python, it's very easy to create a folder. You just say os dot make directory. So mk directory. Okay. So I need to run the first line os. Then I don't know if because of those people online, I think I can run directly without going through the internet. Very good for me. But if you do that, maybe those online not really difficult. So let us bear with it. This code will create a folder. Let's call the folder images. Okay, so that will create the images folder for us. But let's make it a little professional. Let's make it a little professional. We create a tab and we say create images folder. We'll be watching your back. So we first check if the folder is already existing. If not, otherwise, so part exists. Images. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, they sent message earlier that
is there any way we can make it more?
Okay, I don't know if you can see my books there.
It's going to be a system thing now. Maybe you can zoom in or you can.
I should work on my brightness.
So it was suggesting it.
And we said, if not always, part of the system. That's part of the checking. When I need to see
No zoom is.
That would stop.
So
I was just suggesting that Chinese is because
Okay, since
right.
so
Look at it before and
you can remove this and it's using zoom.
okay.
So they will still
look at it before and
through your zoom, but we can see directly from the zoom system.
Hello, sir.
So let's
Can you just pause a little Also, each one. We want to try something.
Sorry, please, I want to try something. Sorry, can this HDMI go directly to your system? Good. That was so nice. So that we see your screen. HDMI port. See your HDMI port, yes. I didn't know that flash is active. Good, so it's so good. So your Zoom should start. So do see to see. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, so please, yeah, let's pay attention. This is folder. You can see the images folder is not here now.
So you can confirm if there's
Right. Sorry, please. I will have to rearrange this so that I can have access to the file menu. Okay. Do I need to check?
Yeah, sure. Yes. For the people online. I want to even ask them now whether they are seeing your screen.
Yeah. So this is better for me. Okay, so I will run this session of the code now, and the folder will be created. Okay, it's run. Run. The folder. Selection note is where. Okay, so the folder is here now. It's created. Simple. That is not AI. It's just creating folder. The next thing I will do is to generate the QR image.
Sorry,
Now,
Sorry,
the thing
sir.
with Python is that it's very
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Online said they are not hearing you properly.
Okay. And I use.
Yeah, use mic. Yes.
No. Are you telling them online participants? Online participants,
They will talk. I will let you know.
Okay, so the next thing I will create the QR image, and it's very easy. It's something that you can just use one line of code, and everybody can do it, either you're a Python teacher or not. So just watch. I need a library here, so I will need to import it. Import QR code, and then Control Enter to run. So the QR code is successfully installed. So I want to write the code to create the QR image. Let me just make it professional and say def. Def is Python way of creating a function. This function is, let me call it generate. Sorry, I have to use one hand to type, so it will not be as fast as if I use both. Generate QR image. That is the name of the function. Then I need a URL that I will encode. Okay, so anytime you are generating a QR image, you are using it to encode a URL. So I pass the URL here, URL. It's okay, Python can take it like this, but you can as well force it to ensure that it is a string. A string is a textual information in the form of text. All right. That's just the function. And then the next thing is to do is the QR code dot make. What is it going to make? Let it make the URL that we send there. Just man, that is just the code. It's just that one line. QR code dot make. So it's making the URL that we sent there to become the QR image. So let's collect it so that we can save it and display it. So I can call it QR image is equal to QR code dot make. So this gives us the image. Then we can save the image. We'll save it as QR image dot save. Let's save it inside the folders that we created earlier on. The folder is, we call it images. Then this one, we give it the name, the file name we want to give it. Okay, maybe we can pass the file name here so that we can use it another time. File name. We can set it to none so as to enjoy some polymorphism there. So we save the image here. Okay, let's use F format. I will put the file name here, file name. Extension PNG. So that we save it to that folder. And then we can return it to the caller. Okay, so you see I have 3 lines of code there. The 3 lines. In the first line, the QR image is going to QR code of name. The URL, the name. Then I save it, I return it. When we run this code, you'll see that it generated a QR image. That's it. Let me call this one. Let me give it a name. Maybe I say AI. Call it AI need 1 or anything. Please, I don't want to have an understanding of something. So just 3 lines there. The 3 lines is actually 1 line. We just generate some image from QR code of make. We save it, then we are returning it. So I want to run this now, and then you see what we have. Control Enter is used to run on Jupyter Notebook. Yeah, there we are. There we are. So we generated this. What does this mean? That means that www. Blah 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 has been encoded. Why should we do that? What's the advantage? That long link. This link, https www.ibm.com, is a long list, it's a long link. If I give it to you to write it, if I even make mistake writing it, you miss it. And then when you try to check it, you won't get it that. Okay. And then for me to even read it from this side, the problem. But now by encoding it to QR image like this, you don't need to do anything. When you just see this image, you know it's the QR image. And you know that you're just going to scan it and get something. So that is it. Now, this one has not involved artificial intelligence. Let me tell you what makes a product from the AI power. There are components of intelligence. before you can say a product is intelligent, it has to have ability to perceive, which we call perception. It has to have learnability, that's ability to learn from data. You must have ability to understand natural language, ability to generate natural language, ability to draw intelligence from objects. That is, the camera is looking at something and it knows what it's looking at. Now, when you are developing AI product, it doesn't have to have all these components of intelligence. It can just have one. Okay. So now this one, what we have done here is not AI per se. It's just an algorithm, a rule-based algorithm. They have created the algorithm. We are just using it. QR code not make and give us this. But what we are going to do next now is AI. And what is it? We want to create a scanner that will scan this image and take us to the site. Now that scanner needs to look at this image and identify what it's seeing. That is object detection. Object detection is one of those things we do there, and it's usually coming under computer vision. So the camera opens, see the object, detect the object, and then decode it. Detect and decode. So that's what we want to do next, to be able to draw out the data that we encoded into this. And okay, we can as well create a barcode, but because I'm not sure we have all the time, let's just work with QR code alone. Okay, so we create a scan image function. All right, you ask a question? Yes, when you download an folder and install it, it's free. There is a paid version, there is a free version. Don't do the free version. If you install an folder, if you install a whole lot of packages, and Jupyter Notebook is one of them. If you install Python itself, you install Spider, you install what is the name of this? Other smaller editors. And then the Jupyter Notebook is one of them. I want to create a scanner on this. Okay. To create this scanner, I will just use a function def scan image. That's the name of the function. Apology to those who are not Python literate. This might be looking like but honestly, it's not so big. It's not so big. If you start writing Python, you see that it's not big. Anytime we are creating function in Python, we start with def, we state the Python name, sorry, the function name, then we put open and close brackets. That bracket is what will contain or collect the arguments that we are passing. So here we are going to pass the image we want to scan to it. So image, and right. So I told you something. You just need to create a detector, something that will detect the image. Now I call it detector. It doesn't have to be called detector. You can just call it. For software development, we are advised to use variable that makes sense because of readability. If your code is readable, it's easy for you to edit it in the future. So I have detector is equal to, I'm going to use CV2 library, which is computer vision library. So I need to import it here. Import CV2. CV2 is a computer vision library. With Python, I have installed it before. So I need to run. So CV2 dot QR code detector, QR code detector, QR code detector. So we instantiate the code detector object there. And then the next thing is we want that detector. I will explain this again, please. To detect and decode. Detect and decode. Okay, it's going to detect and decode the image that we pass there. When it does this, it will return to us 3 variables. One of the variables is the URL that has been encoded. The other variable is the coordinates in the QR image. And the third
variable is the pixel. So because we don't need those other two, we just make it underscore because we don't need them. We only need the URL. So when this is done, we return the URL. That's all. That's all. That's the beauty with Python. You don't do a little thing and you have done something. So see, look at CV2. Please bring this pointer in the back. Or this. Assuming we have installed this stuff before I come, you will just be following me as I'm doing it. You'll be writing yours as I'm writing mine, and then you're running this plugins.
So now it's installed. So now they are running the program.
Oh, so I'm running
Yeah,
which is
just making it.
okay. Look at it here, because I said our objective in this development is to show you how we use trained model. This is a model that has been trained. They just call it QR code. They come with the CV2 library. I'm not the one who created that model. I'm not the one who trained it. Somebody else has done it. So I'm just using it. And that's our objective here for you to see model, take it, use it. Okay, so I take it in this line, that's an instantiate it. Then I'm using the model to detect and decode. An image will be passed anytime I call this function. An image will be passed to it. And then we will call detect and decode the image. It will give us three data and three values. One is the URL. That is the URL we include there. Then we give us two other values, which we know the title when you know something, you just put it underscore. Then we return the URL. Then this function now, when you're going to use it, first you have to be a programmer. Because for you to call it, you have to programmatically send an image to it. So I don't want to suffer my user to start writing code again. So I'm going to write another function that will open our camera. And then the camera will do get the image and then do the rest of it. So let's follow again with another function I'm going to write. This function will be a little bit longer, but I will explain every step of it. So let's call this function video scan or scan QR image from camera. Give it any name. Okay, so I can just say dev. When you are creating function, you have dev. I say scan QR image from camera. So when you are creating function, you say dev. The name of the function is your choice. Call it any name. But if you use the name that is readable, it's easy for me to remember if you have to do it. All right, so that's the name of the function. So what am I going to do in the function? I will open my camera. That is the camera on my laptop or anywhere. Okay, look at the code that opens the camera. We are doing computer vision now. I can just call it cap because I want to capture the camera. And I have CV2, which is the library, the computer vision library, dot video capture. Video capture. Then I will pass the ID of the camera that I want to open. Please let me explain that line again, because this thing we are doing little is going to get speed, and then you see on some experiences. When you see Sophia, are you familiar with Sophia, that Chinese robot here? You are talking to it, returning back to you, behaving like human. These are the way you do it. And you are going to do something very useful. So Sophia has eyes. The eyes you are looking at are just camera. But the camera is open. It's looking at something and it's telling what So in this line, we are opening camera. Video capture is the command that we open camera. The 0 I passed there is the number of the camera. Now the default camera that comes with the laptop has a battery. If my laptop is connected on a network with several cameras, then the particular camera I want to open and access, I'll put the number there. You see all those security cameras on the streets, those CCTV cameras, okay, I can link them to my system wirelessly. If they are IP cameras, I can pass their IP inside there. So I connect all the cameras, including the one in Lagos, including the one in Abuja, anywhere. So any particular camera that I want to open, I will just open it and see what it's target in Abuja. I open the camera because the camera opens and I see what it is. I can also open the camera in my house now and see what you see. Okay, so that code line opens the camera. Then the next thing we'll do is to read from the camera. So we say, and then the frame, that is the image that is actually seen. So we read from the camera. In the first line, we open the camera. Second line, we read from the camera. Then we do a loop because we want the camera to continue to loop until we see what we are looking for. So this loop is some kind of, it's not an infinite loop because we are looking as long as there is socket. That is as long as the camera is open and it's working. So while success, what we are going to do is to, let's show what the camera is seeing. So we have cv2.imshow. This one means that we are trying to see what the camera is showing. Let's give it a name. Maybe we call it scanning. Scanning. So with that, a dialog will come up and will show us what the camera is seeing. This will be very, very interesting. Then the next thing, this frame, we will pass it to this function that we have created before to help us get the URL out of it. So we now call the function we created above here, which is scan image. So we say scan image. We pass the frame to it. And of course, we know that scan image will return the URL to us. So let's equate this to URL. So we say URL is equal to scan image. It will give us the URL. The next thing, let's check if truly a URL is returned. Because if there's no valid QR image, it will not return anything. Okay, so if this happens, what do we want to do? If we see a URL return, what do we want to do? We just want to open the website. So to open the website, we need to import web browser. Okay, so we use the web browser to open the web page. Web browser.open the URL for us. So when you open the URL, then we can release the capture. Cap.release. Then we can destroy the windows that we have opened. I will explain this again. Destroy all windows. Then we can return the URL back to the caller. Then, because this is a CV, this is CV2, we may want to end the program by ourselves. If we try to scan, and we don't see a QR image, we want to end it. So we use this if CV2.wait key. Maybe we wait for 1 second. And FF.
Okay, if this is equal to the odd of letter Q, I will explain that. Then we can simply break. Okay, I need a colon here. Then this needs to be 4 spaces. That's all. For the loop to continue to go, we need to repeat this line that we read again. So the loop will go on again and again. And when we are out of the loop, we can repeat this. All right. I don't know if it is visible. So it's a little bit long, we will run it, and then you see how it works. But really what we do is that we open the camera on the system. We open the camera, we read from the camera. That is, we take what the camera is seeing. So as we read from it, we display a dialogue so that the user will see what the camera is seeing. And then the next thing is that what the camera is seeing, we send it as an image, so the scan image. The scan image will turn the URL. When we receive the URL, we open it. We open it to the website so that website will open. And then we release the card, so everything is not the URL. And then we run the program. So let's run it. Let's run it. To run it, I will just call the name of the function. I hope there are no bugs in the code. I hope so. Also, if there are bugs, we'll look for it and fix it. All right, so I'm trying to run it now. Okay, beautiful. It's running. Our scanner is running. And because I'm in front of the camera, I think you can see me from the scanner. Yeah, but nothing is happening because we're not just, it's not in the URL. So what I will do is I will use my phone.
Somebody is ailing you.
I'll use my phone to scan. Thank you. Thank you for the encouragement, online viewers. So what I want to do is to show the QR image to my scanner. Okay, I've snapped it. It's not going to be very easy to read it from the phone, but I will continue to try. There will be light interference. Okay, yeah. Just captured it, and we are there.
Wow.
So we have a scanner that is able to navigate to the page that we have encoded. I will look at it. It writes out the URL for us, the URL that we encoded. Honestly, you can ask any URL there. Let me tell you one thing, one very funny thing I saw something like that. I lost my ID card. The national ID card or something. So I went to get another one. So it was a time I just caught this QR code in a class like this. And I said, okay, let me even scan this QR code. The one on national ID card. I'm sorry, I hope international people are not on that. And I scanned it. And nothing there. Nothing. We didn't navigate anywhere. I said, what? And I called all my staff. Everybody, pick your driver license. With this one line, I have not any need. So they don't go and look for something and then no one is navigating. Hopefully by now, I believe that they will have upgraded the rest of them. So, the point, we are not feeling this kind of, we are not going to where
Okay.
where we are going is that after this kind of open stage, it should help the elderly professor to start reading the page. Okay, because the professor's brain is
Okay, you want me to all of those?
I'm going to code a robot. The robot will speak whatever is hard to read. As a text. Right, it's called text.
I can stop right now.
Before I go, I mentioned that our objective here in doing this project is to see the model that have been trained that we are using. So let me show you the model we are using here.
When is it? When? What time? 1 o'clock. Please give me 5 minutes. Let me just finish that stuff.
Oh, wow.
So
you give us this code.
I guess. So this is the model, the QR detector is the model that has been trained to detect QR, and we just use it. Using which algorithm?
You don't know.
The Python, okay, I don't know whether you are talking about the language in which you are going to. Maybe the Python, maybe C++. But you are running, most times you don't need to know the details. Of course, as a researcher, you want to know the details. You just if you are using pattern, you press control and then you click the model. It will take you to the whole lot of code they use to generate. But the point is that they create the model, they train the model. And today, after this class, we will create our own model and train it. Okay. So let's quickly do a robot that can speak. Okay, but we need something to okay, let's create a robot that can speak. Then when we come back, we'll create how to fetch content from the website. So we need a Python PyTTS here, import PyTTS3. Okay, so that's the library we need to create a robot that can speak. So let's create the function and call it speak. Then we'll pass what to say to it. What to say. We'll pass it as a test. Let's pass it to ask for a test. This is very easy. We just initiate an engine. Okay, and the engine is to instantiate the PyTTS3. So PyTTS3 dot init. To initialize the speaker engine. Then the next line is to say engine dot say. Okay, so what do we want it to say? That is what we have passed there. What to say. And after this, we want the engine to run and wait so that I can run again. Engine dot run and wait. Am I missing a spelling? Oh yes, small letter R. That's all, gentlemen. With these 3 lines of code, we have created a robot that can speak. We will pass a test to it and we'll speak it out. Let's test it before we go for break. So I simply say, speak. What do I want it to say? And I just say anything. Welcome.
AITP.
AITP. Okay, maybe we'll now try to call AITP as a what? SC. The ladies and gentlemen.
to this AI conference. All right, that's all. So I'm calling the function and I ask to read what to say. So let's run it. Control Enter. Okay, I think maybe my speaker is off. Yes, my speaker is off.
So speaker is not defined.
Oh, okay. What did he say? Yeah, my speaker was off. All right, so I will run it again. Maybe I'll put the mic close to my sister's speaker. I don't know. I'm supposed to have a sound. Could it be that the sound is passing through the projector? Yeah, maybe the sound is passing through. Okay, let me check if I can. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Let the sound output. It's passing through the HDMI. Look at it. So let's take it to speaker audio. I asked Madam if the projector has sound. This was what I had in mind. Okay, so let's see this. I hope it should be good now for the sound. All right. So
welcome AITP, ladies and gentlemen, to this AI conference.
AITP. Correct.
The volume could be better.
Yes.
I don't know.
Welcome AITP, ladies and gentlemen, to this AI conference.
Okay. So we got everyone that can speak. We can control the speech, the volume, the speed, the frequency, the language of the robot. You know, sometimes the way Chinese person read English is different from the person from the UK and all that. We can control all of that. But we'll see it when we come and our foot, there's going to be a break. So this as break that format. This project we are publishing. We still need to go to the website, download the content of the website, and pass it to this our robots. I have a question. This particular software, is it a standalone? What is it called? I see you are running on the local website.
It's a standalone.
It's not about a standalone server.
It's a standalone. No, when you install the Anaconda, you can run it without internet. Yes. Without internet, you can run it.
You can run it on the system.
On your system without internet. When you download it and you install it on your system. Yes. 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 By that, everything is there.
Because you just take access for the take out your system. So how many minutes do we have for
1 hour?
1 hour. We want to go back to technical.
Yes.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. I will understand.
Okay, thank you.
Wait.
Thank you so much. Please come here. I'll give him the link. I'll never have
No, you should tell him to come back.
Thank you for me.
We should have this internet.
No, I want this.
Okay.
We should have
yeah, it's on.
No,
It's not on.
We want to accumulate and get Mr. Bolan here. Pada Yuni,
Saying I'm not children.
Okay. I'm coming.
You do program.
I want him to. Okay. Bye.
There's something, how, when my this is the platform for the academy, for academia.
I should write it. Ask him to come back.
So we should, as much as possible, develop this particular situation. It's a human potential to interact. And I encourage us to see that to be network very well. We have what a very positive friend, not negative friend. Very positive friend. This presenter are coming. Get the contact, especially some of us that are students, master students, PhD students, who are intending to go with. They can be of help in your research. They can be of help in what in application. Yes, like the other guy that made
Moses. Wow.
I told him that if you want, I can follow me. I can give help. Yes, I'm telling you. Because you have asked me to do your
Still the same.
I don't. I also too. My wife.
Even like what I was here, you want that you want to leave the why is it always not the one I ask you to do? Even saying it's not good.
What did you do about it?
I remove him.
You say it also says we are removed by the host.
Okay. I should not add him. Let me do something. Let me do something. I want to send you a message. I want to send you a message so that you can give to him.
Which means
Just wait.
We are moving to a point now that we measure what you can do.
Sorry, send this to him.
yes,
Yes.
well, president. Yes.
Send this on to Professor Sophia. Send this on.
It's not meant for you to approve yourself.
That's not intention.
Last week I was in Uganda. They didn't say that they didn't start. Some of us, what I went back home, I not go to so because I know that place as far from Australia, and it's not that it's that it's even one of the best institutions. So I want to in fact, the one of the universities one day in this for that Because now, when I see how can you now make it, how can you do the same thing? I was saying my advice, my dad. Don't sit down and like, you say you want to
Oh, you know what I would do?
Maybe
I should wait for that. I sent to everybody. Again.
So, I don't think again that
Let me try something.
anytime I'm feeling up.
Already standing on it.
Okay. Oh. Yeah. Let me do something. Let me do something.
I don't have the best, I'll go and look at the paper. Check. Is this very normal? What the name? I'll get the driver's license I have for you that year. If it's not, then you go to the airport. Then if it is, if you now know the type of car and how much you charge, automatically you can see it for you. I don't want, because I don't want to be kids. I shouldn't be kids. I have a knowledge, but
Now to use remove
I don't believe that you masters. I don't know you masters. You just believe that you masters.
okay.
Think of how
Click on settings.
this model I told you.
Maybe to the meeting tab. Images and switch things.
From zone 5 here. You saw about it, but it's not big part. That's what our problem here is. I think what we started this week, the SSL president, I think was our chairman focus.
Yes.
Yes. The president and state president, he was our what?
Our advocacy coordinator.
Our advocacy chairman, yes. So you can see, and if you can see, I was thinking that at least we have a lot of people and ideas. So that's why we can as they never is
on the alarm.
president of president. Because on the president of the AITP, and it's my members, they are my members. One of ours now, or our member now, we say the member got appointed as vice chancellor. Is it last month?
Last month,
yes. That's what
the
VC, Osoro University.
Professor Chimeke.
Delta,
Yes.
Yeah. Even the present VC of Federal University of Agriculture, Zulu, Zuru, Zuru.
In fact, I will take that. Let me tell you, but initially, so but at that time, he was ICT it was all very big. Almost a neighbor. Okay, fine. Let's but I then not even 2 weeks back when my friends attended the meeting, they told me the house of that we have about 200 hectares of the leaves. He told me that the money he makes from his farm is more than the money he makes as a vice president. Yes. And when he came to the group, he was passionate about the between these two people. So you can see that there is a need for us to come back. What I tell you is that if I tell a state just power, I would have all these people. I mean, would I? But here, what I pray is, I think that all these things need to be this the already my wife, I use my wife. My best radio. My brother. My organic.
At the top.
Yes, my organic. The global something. You can see that we have different people in AITP. That's Mr. Just came back from Malaysia for his PhD in Malaysia for his PhD 4 years ago. And just came back. They have big people in there. And I just want to encourage, if you have not registered to be a member before the induction research, you should still have that opportunity to be a member. People used to ask, what is the benefit? Well, I don't know how to explain the benefit, but I have been receiving the benefits. I am in products and a live example. I've been receiving the benefit and a fellow of the Computer Society. Professor Nilomu was the first chairman of the Computer Society, our member. Professor Shodia was our conference chair as our member. So listening. Now we have Dr. Ali Shadi, who was one of our members and the head of SCS. So we have all kinds of you have to come up with your shape. How will you benefit? It is when you start conversation, your activity.
Can we use Teams?
I love to really remote meeting, but I will be out to rejoin. So, already aligned.
It's from admitting what's out there. Let me take them.
Okay.
The vice chair. It's coming. Communicating with people, helping with people, serving here and serving there. People now come and say, okay, come on with this. I want to encourage you that you are here, that you have not registered to be a full member. You still have the opportunity in the next 1 or 2 hours to go and register and then be registered and then member of this organization. And in the next few years, we have something to show for it, but I have a lot of things to show for it. I did my
a PhD work in Germany, and then I've been traveling up and there I am. You can check me out in Google Scholar to see because you can just look and see the quality of people we have. So it is not by mouth, it is by what we have. We want to deliver quality because our name is academic. So we have this desire to make sure that anything we are going to do, we always deliver quality. And then you can see in all our workshops, we have been having collaboration with IEEE by next year, we are looking again to collaborate with our IEEE to make sure that our papers appear in Scopus and then Web of Science. Nobody can do it better than AIT. That's why I last year in our workshop, my name appeared in 8 papers. As we submitted, my group submitted about 13. And at the end of the day, we have 8. All those papers are appearing in Scopus and Web of Science. And here your paper appears, shows the quality of your paper, and also shows the quality of your researcher in person. So that is what we do. So God bless us. Just enjoy our time here in Abuja, and then next year again we are coming to Abuja. So always, anytime we call for conferences and workshops, always make sure you connect to us. It's not 40,000 or 5,000 paid here. I paid for my business. I don't know how much I paid for my clients. Like my president said, I sponsored myself to India before. I sponsored myself to Italy before. Nobody sponsored me. But when I come back, I put all those things in my CV, and it's not open other opportunity for me, and that is where it goes in academics. So thank you.
In connection with let's see, rebuild over MI3. There is something else.
IEEE.
Yes, IEEE. Become a member of IETP is something that
It's about
No, we cannot. We cannot do that.
but it's about 50 something thousand.
it's not 21.
No, don't worry.
National.
No, even if it is international, there is a way we do it. They normally give us a discount. You know, don't worry, Dr. Kennedy Airport last time, we were able to pay a discounted no, international. It's international. So don't worry if you are interested in joining. If you are interested in joining IEEE, just see me.
Like the IT world in Nigeria is doing very well. I have believed that, and we have too many scholars that are really impact. I don't know whether President
Thank you. Your phone number and your
capacity we have in various scholars of the IT profession to come together. Like we were talking about airport with the new connection and the law. It's not only in airport, there are so many other things that is happening. And if IT applications are deployed in this place, you trust that you get the expected result. One of the times I was in South Africa attending a conference, and I was passing the airport. The time we picked on the airport that we picked up and was doing like in the airport, the taxi man just took his car to just swipe over the device that is mounted there. And the gate open, nobody was there. It was in the good night, around 12 a.m. And the gate opened, the back, swiping the printer stuff. The digital man printed his printer, and he got it and left. So we have a lot of applications for deployment, acceptability by the company. We have NIPDA. I don't know what they're doing. We have so many agencies. So if this big organ of R can come together and push in front,
that coordinates through a need that should recognize is also necessary. It will be good.
Okay.
And it will help our economy.
If you have an application, that is working, then if it's working, you have tested if it's working, and you now have to be.
Okay, but you say, Abi.
That means it's connected. I can speak with you.
Okay, are you connected with us now, sir? Hello?
Network, yes.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, I also want LCC grant 2021. So if you have something that is working, you have tested it's working, so you will now look for some of what is around and then put in. You understand? So when you put in, they will now give you opportunity to find what you have that's working. What I did now for LCC. Deployment. If it's working, we use it to solve most of the critical problem in Nigeria. Because the idea is still working. You understand what I'm saying? So if you first of all go and write an application or develop a device, many of the things now that the grants of for you to develop an electronic based artificial intelligence device, you understand, with your coding, with your application, you understand, that can work. So you will not look for any of these proposal or you put in for it. That is the best way to make your voice, your work to be accepted. But if you just write your work and then you will not work to lead that, I'm getting this.
No, you are not getting it.
Let me what I'm trying to say is that how can we get accessibility for that's the question. You know, there's a lot of things we need to take into consideration because it's a political related. Yeah. So we are able to break down those things in power. Before we can do it, I know very sure that we are able to do that. And I really want to back and stand with the former NTS president. I told him at the same time, all the IT partners in Nigeria come together and let us produce a minister of digital economy. When you produce a digital economy minister, he has the power to some of all these things. So we are getting it.
Please let us continue. Let us continue. Thank you. It's online.
So on ground, please. Mr. Mayawa is on board now. So we start doing the training. So please, let's prepare for him. It's with us now online, and it's going to use them. Please kindly key into it. Online on ground. There is a lecture, there is a presentation rather going on now from Mr. Mayawa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Screen. Stop broadcast.
Let's go together and digital economy. That is the only thing people are about today. You see changes. You have somebody there. But all these people call me.
I just want to, hello everyone. I just want to be sure that you can see my screen because I changed device. The other device was not allowing me to get into it.
Admit all.
Okay.
But can you see my screen? I just want to be sure.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you so much. We've lost 30 minutes, but I will try my best to help regain this.
You didn't connect. I didn't see you.
You didn't see me?
Wow.
You can't see me?
Not you. We can see you.
Okay. Okay, so we stopped this page before we went for the break, right? And you can see my screen, right? My presentation, rather. Hello? Hello, can you see my screen? The presentation?
Hello, Mr. Maiwa.
Can you hear me?
I can see your screen.
Yes, can you see the presentation? I just want to be sure.
Okay, it has not come. I only saw you are sharing screen, share device. Okay, yes, we have you now.
Okay, great. So just like we said, we'll do a quick recap and then we'll move into where we are. Also taking note because we'll also break into session. I mean, for the session, we'll choose groups by ourselves because of time. Time has gone. I didn't know the break is going to take this long. Okay. So as we said, design thinking is about the purpose, is about planning, and also is about the intent behind an action, fact or material object. And we used an example that was given to us by Alexander, a very good, beautiful example. And we've had audience, people from the audience that help us to also redefine their thought process, from Professor Victor to Abdul Hussaina, and Mohammed will help us to also refine some of these things. Quickly, I would just walk us into the tools and then the methodology, the real work, why we are here. Okay, so as we said, it's about creating great experience if you want to actually really solve a problem, the root cause of a problem. And in doing that, the first thing we need to also realize or understand is that we need to first of all focus on human needs. So where I mentioned I'm going to be using the example from Alexander a lot, which is security, community security. And this affects more of the youth. So when we look at this situation, for instance, the first thing we want to look at is human needs, which leads to better ideas. What does this mean? Now we understand that there's a challenge, but at the same time, we need to then understand what are the needs that actually is required to actually help take these people out of this situation, from them doing more problem or causing more problem going forward. So that's what this first lesson means, right? In the second part, we need to then generate a lot of perspective, a lot of possibility. There is no, in design thinking, there is no idea that is bad. There is no idea that is terrible, because at the end of the day, the whole exercise helps to put all of these big ideas in a funnel. And then from there, you start to drill it down with the tool. And then we'll work together to see how this works in a jiffy. In lesson 3, we need to also understand that the best way to learn is to make mistake. Remember what I said when I said that nobody is wrong. In design thinking, every idea makes sense until you fine tune to the barest minimum, and then you will see that every idea that everybody brings to the table makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, design thinking is a tech thing, right? But at the same time, this is in the tech system. This is what we use in actually doing what they call tech consulting. When we say we want to solve a tech business problem, this is design thinking is what we use most of the time. Even within the company, design thinking is what we use actually to solve many of these problems. So great design always comes from focusing on the experience, this is what we did in the first half. But now in the second half, we need to create products, right? We need to create something. We have one example, but again, if you want to add more, depending on the number of us on the session, both online and in person, this will help us to determine if we should do the same thing or if we should look at others. But these are some of the great thinkers, great designers that have actually we've had so far in the world, and not all of them are actually with tech background, by the way. Many of them actually are philosophers and professors, right? And just to mention, design thinking started from Stanford, but at the same time also with a company called IDEO. These are the people that started design thinking, and then we start to infuse this into tech to then see innovation. And this is what we see currently in companies like Google, in companies like SAP, IBM, in companies like Oracle, and then you have a whole list of them. So what are the three major parts in design thinking? So now we're getting into the nitty-gritty of why we are here. The first thing is the principle, which is the methodology principle, the framework. So it's a frame to see problems, which is what we said earlier, and solutions from a new point of view, which is what I said. You're still going to solve a problem, but the thing is that don't jump rushing to solution, right? But the thing is that it helps you to see 360 degrees of the situation, and then before then, being able to connect to a solution. How do you actually achieve that? You achieve that through what we call the loop. So the loop is a behavioral model that helps you to understand users' need. In this case, our example, which we are using, the youth in this case, and then deliver outcome continuously. For this example, we have two users. The first user is the people that we're trying to solve the problem. And then the second user in this place is the people that also are being affected by this other side of people. So these are the two sides of the coin. But in this case, we will count the youth now as, I don't want to generalize, but the people causing the problem, right? And then the other side, the people that are being affected by the problem. So this is how we do it. And then the technique is the key. There is the third part. The keys are the techniques that you use to actually use to scale, implement, or run the practice in solving all these complex problems. Again, remember, design thinking is not only about business or about tech or about products. It also can be used for day-to-day planning, finances, problems within the house or community. Can be used for everything, anything, so long as you understand the methodology, the tools, the set, and then also, most importantly, the principles, or these three parts, the principles, the loop itself, and then the keys. But I mean, if you understand the principles, the loop, solving or having the scalability for keys won't be that difficult for you. So let's look at the true power of design thinking. Okay, so when we say design thinking, what we look at here is that we want to have a clear outcome in mind, not a solution, but a clear outcome, right? And then for you to do that, we need to what? We need to learn, we need to try things, and at the same time, we need to fail. Because when we do all of this, it helps us improve. You remember, we are relearning and learning, but we're doing this together. What this helps us to do is that it helps us to build disruptive solution, and at the same time, also make that solution adaptable to the situation. So there is nothing like this problem is not fixable or it is impossible. Like the word we use here, we say making the impossible possible. So this is what it helps us to do. Remember, we are not giving a solution upfront, because I mean, what is a solution if we don't even understand the problem or the root cause of the situation? So you just know that you want to have a clear outcome in mind. What is this clear outcome? Problem statement. Problem statement. This is what Alexander helps us with. He gave us a problem statement. So we know what our problem statement is, which is very clear. Our problem statement is youth unemployment. You can put it in that way, or you can say community security, depending on how or where you want to target. But we know that we have a clear outcome that or problem that we have, and then this is what we need to fix. Okay. Now, I mentioned earlier that design thinking is a whole full spectrum of methodology, which is agile, but at the same time, the agile part of it is like in the later part, right? And I want you to see it different, because most of the time, agile or project management, these are things that has to do with products, right? Attached to products. But at the same time, what if you want to start a product or start an idea from the scratch? Where does agile fall? It doesn't fall there at that point. This is where design thinking starts, right? So that's where you start by ideation. You start by thinking, start by ideating, brainstorming, bringing ideas. And then from there, when you have something to leverage going forward, and this is where you then put into the works of making into a product, and then that's where the agile part comes in. Okay. In the agile part, in design thinking, we have something we call the loop. In the loop, we look at three things. The first thing is observe, the second is reflect, and then the third is make. Now, we keep it simple. In other means, some people, I mean, the normal agile, you see things around empathy, you see, I mean, everything still falls there because this is the empathy map, no? And then you will see how everything relates and connects back, okay? So in the observe, everything we said here is the exercise we did, where we were asking the what, the why, and the how, right? And when we talk about the what, this is basically what you observe. That is your ideas, your knowledge of the situation. There are other things that you may not have thought of that you've seen. We're going to do the exercise in a bit. I will start and then we break into groups quickly. But we do the observe, and then in that process, we will also do what we call the reflection. And the reflection is to connect back to what you've observed and then ask yourself, this thing that we've put down, all these beautiful ideas, how does it reflect back into this problem that we have? And does it actually connect back into what could have been the cause of the problem? Remember that we're thinking about root cause. We are not trying to solve here. We're not trying to solve, so we're looking at root cause. Okay? So what we are doing here is analysis for paralysis, right? We are analyzing, we are dropping our ideas, we are putting everything in that funnel, and then at the end of the day, we then actually come up with a full solution. But having done that, we then talk about the make. The make is pretty much straightforward. In the make, this is where we think about things around the prototype. But before you have the prototype, there is something we call the wireframe. The wireframe is more like having a mock-up that shows a practical example. Can be a diagram. Some people, if it depending on the situation, if it's a solution or a product, you can actually have a wireframe, or you can have a wireframe for other kind of situation, but just an illustration. And there are many tools to use to do this. If you want to, from the observe side, tools that you can use for this could be things like Miro. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. I will just take a note and I will put it in the chat, because this device is not allowing me to do both things at the same time. So the tools, some of the tech tools that you can use for this for free, you can use the free paid version, is Miro. Miro helps you to put all your ideas together, put all your reflection, your observe, your great ideas from step 1 to step 4. And then in your making, you start thinking about refining into a product. every ideas goes into your product. So regardless of our situation of a community security situation, it's still a product, right? And we want this product to become implementable. We want this product to become achievable. So this is why we call it a product or a project, if you want. So to achieve that, tools that you can also use to achieve this, example is something we call Marvel app. They might be also, just to put this out there, these are just apps or tools that you can use, but there might be even better versions or better types of these solutions. But I'm just giving example of tools that you can use. So regardless of after we finish today on this event, you can also go back and implement. This slide is going to be shared with everyone, by the way. So you have everything that you would need to actually do on your own. So just like I mentioned, it says, yeah, it's flying blind. So flying blind is when you actually having your prototype why they use the word flying blind is this is where we don't expect your solution to be fantastic, but this is where you get feedback also, you know, and this is where it's prototype. In entrepreneurship, they call it MVP. This is the MVP stage where you show your investor or feedback to people, and then they go, oh, okay, this is a minimum viable product. And then and they give you feedback that could help improve or add or remove some of the things that are not necessary, or include what makes sense to the business or what makes sense to the idea that you're actually creating. So that's the difference. By the time you are done, your loop becomes a whole full-fledged product, right? And because by that time it becomes a circle, which makes sense, right? No more a twist, because now you've untwisted to become a full-fledged product. So it comes from observe to make and then into production. Okay, so this is the taking orders. I would like to pause now just to be sure if we have questions or if we have any concern or clarification, anything you want to clarify. I will just make a pause and then so I can attend to this quickly. Any questions, please? Okay, let me just type this quickly. And someone asked the tools. So we have Miro, and then we have Marvel. So apart from this, do we have any other question? You can come up on mute if you have question, and also anyone from the audience in the AITP plenary, please feel free to ask questions. This session is for all of us. Okay. Okay. I'm assuming we don't have. So now we're going to actually go into our design lab. We're going to do a quick one. We have one problem statement already. 1 second, I'm trying to switch to yes, please. So this is our loop again, just putting this out there, and I would like to group us. I'm trying to look at, I have 20 people, let's say about 18 on the, I don't know how we'll work on this now, how I can group. I don't know if the admin, if we have admin grouping on Zoom, and then we'll share groups on the Zoom, and then we share group on ground. I cannot find. Please Is Ajayi online, please? I cannot find you on the participants.
Just share it on the AITP general.
Yes, no, we need to have two, three groups. I want to understand the number of people on ground on your side so that we would know, okay, how many people are there, so that, because we cannot, it's not a big group, it has to be small, so that we can have a lot of ideas around what we're doing, and then we will then move from there. People online can be.
We have about 27 on ground.
Okay, so for 27, what we can do is we can split that group into two. Can help me facilitate that on your side. For online, I would assume that everybody online here, aside myself and the AITP, which is our host, I'll assume that everybody else would be one group. So we have 3 groups. Is that fine? Is that okay? Okay, so we have 3 groups then. So you on your own side will help us, see that side, oversee that side, because I don't see, and then communicate also what they have. We're happy to have their comments as much as we can. But the first problem statement we have, just like we said, and Alexander can also help us to refine this. This is the the community security issue in Abuja. This is our first problem statement. We'll start with this exercise. And our exercise here is first to actually ideate ideas that could be the potential of the problem. So, and this first part is what we call the stakeholder map. So now we're going into the design thinking language. So this is where we do more of the practical. So we're going to have 5-minute sessions within these 3 groups, where we're going to analyze this different. And then what I would advise that we should do to keep it simple is we should have one leader for all 3 groups. Don't worry for the online team. I mean, I know I'm going to be online and I can hear you, but it's fine. You guys can also have that discussion. Choose one person as the team lead, but different ideas. But what you just need to do is, the first is the stakeholders map. In the stakeholders map, let me walk through what the expectation would be. So is to bring ideas of what are the different issues that is happening that might be causing this situation, where the youth are the ones causing most of the problem. What could be the problem? What can we do? Or because it might not necessarily also be that money is the problem. It might not necessarily be government is the problem. It can be that they also find themselves in different situations. What are those situations? So that's the first task that we're going to do in the next 5 to 7 minutes. I don't know if this is fine or if it's clear. If you have questions, please feel free to ask questions before we go into that breakout session. Any question? Hello? Okay. So since we have no question, Ajayi, on your side, are you good to go? Are we set to go?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to use a timer to keep us on time. Okay, so this is 2 o'clock. We should be able to come up with different ideas as much as we can, within the next 5 minutes. Our clock timer start now, and then 2:05, we'll come back. I'll still be here. We're going nowhere, but I mean, we'll have that conversation around what the different teams have gathered but would want you to leverage a spokesperson in each team so that it's easy for us to manage. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So our time is up. How did we do with this assignment? You want to start, Mohammed? I think, no. I think Jenny is talking on the chat. Okay, maybe Jenny, do you want to give us your own point of view? Is Jenny on the call?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please, we can.
Yeah, this is Jenny.
Nice to meet you, Jenny.
Thank you. I'm a lecturer at the university,
Great.
Niger Delta University.
Great.
There are a lot of things that we are observing and we're noticing. In not just in the university environment, even in town where we live, I realized that I don't know if it's poverty or quality. A lot of parents are neglecting their children. A lot, and this is happening, is increasing every year.
Okay.
For example, when I was in secondary school, I remember my parents, especially my mom, keep saying she must make sure her children go to the university. She must make sure her children, even before we get married, we the girls must go to university. She always have this at the back of her mind. So even when the money wasn't forthcoming, she still struggle and make sure she just don't just give us our school fees, but other things. But today, a lot of parents will just give their child 50,000 and go to school. I don't have money. So when these students go to school, the money is not up to half of their school fees. They start struggling to find 1 or 2 ways to get money to meet up. And in that process, they start doing things they are not supposed to do. The Nigeria university system is not a system that gives room for students to work and to learn. Unlike schools in UK that you can you can go to school during the day, then in the evening or even at night, there are some jobs you can do in the evening at night that the student can get money from there to help themselves. But that doesn't happen here in Nigeria.
Great. Thank you.
So I noticed.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, there are a group of boys living close to me. Okay, there are a group of boys living close to me. And I realized that some parents send their children, some of them from rural communities, to township here where we stay, to come and learn trade. And the truth of the matter is, the kind of trade they learn now is not, what they call it, carpentry or tailoring or learning 1 or 2 skills. They no longer do that. What they do is they bring these boys from the village down to town. You see up to 5 or 6 of them living in one room, and they're learning how to do internet fraud. So it's not just the society, the government alone. The parents are playing a role in what is happening now. Okay? The parents are really, really playing a role. A lot of parents are doing that currently. A lot of parents are doing that, sending their children to go and learn what we call the Yahoo Yahoo. I've seen it. If, as a matter of fact, as I'm sitting down in my house right now, I can point around me up to 4 or 5 flats. You have these boys. And I know of some parents I've sat down and discussed with. And they let me know, they'll keep telling me that it's a good thing. They don't have money to send their children to school. So they want their children to go and learn this thing so that they can even get money to even help them as parents. So there are a lot of them, even in the university currently. Currently, there are a lot of them in the university. When we meet some of them, especially the female students, when you speak with some of them, they'll tell you that their parents doesn't have money to give them, or their parents give them money that is not enough, even enough for their school fees, and they're expecting nothing for their parents. And this is something that we know that if the parents really, really want to help this youth, they will be able to help them in their own way, even if it's full school fees, even if it's that, men that. So these children, these youth end up looking for 1 or 2 ways to make ends meet.
No problem. So thank you so
and
much.
When there's I think I've made 2 points now, but the major
point
I'm making now is
you've made many points. Don't worry. I've taken a lot.
Okay, thank you.
So we still have more. Don't worry, we still have more. So just to also wait for the other team. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Sorry, Jenny.
Okay.
Yes. You can go on mute now. And thank you again. So Jenny has given us a lot to think about, right? And why she has given us a lot to think about, I would say that the online team have taken a forefront on this task, and then the remaining 2 other teams, which is on ground, will do the next. They will be to take the next, and then the 3rd one will be the next 3rd team. So we'll do like this to keep it simple. So some of the things that Jenny has said, when we talk about stakeholder maps, I mean, she gives us in a scenario, but in a real bullet point, you need to just focus on the stakeholders, right? This is what it means. Who are involved? She has mentioned a lot. And online also, I see that even Mohammed has also mentioned some of them, right, in bullet points. So the first thing Jenny mentioned to us, parent, very key, parent. Secondly, who again? The youth themselves, the students, the potential students, they're also part of these stakeholders. Thirdly, our lawmakers, they are part of it. Lawmaker can be from a Senate or Congress or even police or community security, depending on what you call them, right? Also, we have the university. The university, there's the school itself. They're also part of the stakeholder. If they are not involved, how do we come up with a solution that actually factors them inside? We need to factor them inside. We need to understand, because like she was saying, if they give you 50,000 to go to school and you send the kids back and say 50,000 is not enough, the question you ask is, what is really not enough? Or should I collect this 50,000, admit you, put you on the process, and then work with you to see how you keep making you busy in the school? If you're even doing 1 or 2 fellowship within the school, can actually cover the rest of your bills, right? But how do we do that if we don't factor the university as a stakeholder? So this is where the difference is, right? So we need to look at holistic. Remember, all ideas matter. So she also mentioned things around government, which I put to government. Also, Mohammed mentioned the same, because government can help with skills, vocation, and things like this. So not to take too much time, so this is how the stakeholder map works. You think about every piece of people, element, items that actually are needed, required to be involved to actually start this thing. So this is not putting a solution. This is just understanding what is required, what element, who is the stakeholder, what item is needed at the first granular level, this is what it is. In the next stage, which this will focus on team 2, 3 that are in the plenary in the AITP Abuja. One of the team will take this. So in this one, I'll give 3 minutes so that we can quickly move fast. We still have 7 to go. So we'll move fast. This would be the empathy map. And I'll walk you through what the empathy map expectation is. In the empathy map right now, we've talked about our stakeholders, but what do we need to do for empathy map? Empathy map here is to visualize and articulate the specific types of users. In this case, we'll need to visualize and think these people that we're talking about, that is this youth now, let's think about them and look at, narrate their data, like, because what we're trying to do in this empathy map is more around designing our persona. Persona means, okay, who are this type of people? Now we're not talking about the government or the atrocities, or no, we're talking about who ends up being in this situation. Is the person 10-year-old, within which age bracket, from which background? Are they from educated background, non-educated, or they don't have a father, they have a father, things like this. This is what we're trying to achieve with the empathy map. So this is what we're going to do. And please, just again, we're going to do 3 minutes, then we'll use the remaining 2 minutes to give you a summary, depending on the team that starts first in the plenary session. So this is 14:15. We'll convey back. Okay, the time has just changed. It's 14:17. We'll convey back in 2:20. Okay.
Mr. Maya, what of the people on ground? You don't have your own idea.
Is the people on ground now that we're talking about. So we'll do 1 team to 1, and then we'll be moving 1 by 1. So we know we have 2 groups in the people on ground. So one of the team on ground is going to take this empathy map, and then the third one, the third team will then take that one, and then we'll then move again to online team. Okay. But everybody is doing it on their own team, so that you can connect the story, and then you will see how we then build a quick solution from this whole exercise.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Where here?
Yeah, that. I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, it's good for you now. You don't know. You don't know. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Every year, I think it's 90. Oh. If you know that, I know that you did it. Thank you for doing it. I know, yeah, sorry. Don't even need to remind you. So, have fun. Thank you, dear. Thank you. What you want to
Okay.
Hello, sir.
So we're back to 20.
It will let you out. Back what you
I, please, is a giant call?
I mean. No. But she not quite out. But she not quite out. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So our time is up. It's 2:21. So we need the two teams from the plenary. I mean, I don't know which team now, but let's assume team 2.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Bye. Short by she it's going.
Okay.
Okay. Babe. Mr. Mayawa.
Yes, you're gonna be looking for
the online are ready. On ground rather.
Yes, we're waiting. We're waiting for you.
So can we present now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
The problem we chose to handle was the situation where the government of the state finds it difficult to offset some state bills like paying normal salaries for state or even repairing those and begging it that there is no enough revenue generated by the state. Of which we know that the state in itself has activity that actually generates that, but other. Okay. So that problem that we identified, we go to trade.
Hello, ma. Yes, ma. I missed your call. Fine, we are on this. No. What's that? Okay. 5 minutes. No, there is an idea we are discussing. Yes. Okay.
Yes, I think someone is on the call. That's true, Mohammed. I agree with you. Okay, I don't know. Maybe Ajayi can help us echo what the team lead had said. I know I heard few of it pertaining to government, but please could you help us echo what he has said, because we could not hear online clearly.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, the problem we chose to portray is in our country, most state governments they find it difficult to pay state salaries to their state government workers or even to repair roads.
Hold on. Remember that empathy map is not about the problem. We're not trying to look at problem solution. We are still in the brainstorming, trying to understand the situation. Empathy map in this case, for this problem statement, is about the persona. Who is the persona? Remember, Alexander told us the youths are the problem here. They have issues. And what could be, and he gave us an idea of what could be the potential problem, which is maybe unemployment, causing this, skills, self-awareness, things like this. So let's stick with the persona. Does not have anything to do with government yet. Remember, if we start to bring government into the conversation, it will be more around providing solution. So let's design, we are trying to design who our victim, the victim, that is our persona in this case, who are they? Young, and I give example, young people with kids, young people with mother, not with mother, or young people at age, blah, blah, blah. You know, this is our persona. So this is what you want your empathy map to have. Okay?
Mr. Mayo, please, can you kindly recap what you just said? What is trying to say?
Sure. So our empathy map, excuse me, our empathy map should focus on our main characters. In this case, our main character is the youth.
Youth.
Yeah. Because they are the ones that are in this situation. The government is not the one in the situation, right? When we start to bring government, it will be more on providing, okay, how do we solve the problem, right? But right now, we're trying to understand who are our situation. Who is these people that we say have this problem? Are they also, you look at in this youth, how old, age, education. We talked about skills. We talked about is it even one parent, two parents, multiple parents? Is it guidance? These are what we should look at. I mean, I'm answering it now, but it's okay also to ask more questions. So this is good. So in empathy map, we want to understand the persona very well. We are describing our user. We want to know the user very well so that it helps us to know, okay, we are describing, just giving an example, Chukuka is a boy at age 20. Is a boy at age 20 that stays with his mom and dad. The mom and dad are farmers. You see that we're having a story, right? This is what empathy map does. And then from there, you know that Chukuka is 20 with farmer family or parents that cannot send him to school because they don't have enough, because they only farm for themselves, not farm to become a millionaire or whatever, right? In this case, just saying in this case, they farm for themselves to eat. That's the persona, right? So this is what empathy map does. This is just an example of what empathy map does. I don't know if this is clear.
You get it now.
It's clear, right? So we'll go to the next one now.
Actually,
yes, please.
Actually, they are not really getting what I'm trying to pass across. But from my own understanding,
yes,
like you want the on-ground participants to think about how they can come up with an idea very close to the youths and then see the problem facing the youth and things like that. Is that not what you are trying to say?
No. We don't want them to come up with any idea. We just want them to just describe who this youth can be. It can be me, it can be them. That's what we want them to do. So yes, we are building an idea in total. And team one have started with who our stakeholders will be, right? We already know the problem statement is we have community security issues. That's our problem. And we are trying to build a solution for this problem. But how we are going to do that, we're leveraging the design thinking that we've just gone through now. We're doing the integrity and using that to then solve the problem. And the first thing we started with stakeholder map. We designed or mentioned who our stakeholders are, right? And our stakeholders, let me just type it so that we are also following. I mean, every team is meant to do this, but at the same time, we cannot call everybody on the call because of time. So we'll be doing team one, we handle this for the first, then the next team will handle the next, but you also do them in your own various groups so that you can follow and you don't miss out anything. So that's the only difference. Is this clear?
Is it clear now? Okay, so just give us some minutes or so to really brainstorm on that and then get back to you.
Okay, sir. So I give 2 minutes because we'll spend more time here.
2 minutes. Okay.
Okay. So give more than 2 minutes. So time. So do we have something now?
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Idea?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, you can talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Right.
So, this will teach on maximizing your resources in this economy. So, as we know, this country, we are faced with problem challenges. So, we sat down and discussed on some common that we can improve in order to make lives better. So now, as we know, basically looking at our resources, almost everybody who have this talent, a lot has been added. But even if something has been added, it's not that much. And you find out that there are different things that you need to do to that resources. So now, instead of the first thing that you need to do is you look at your system now. So what are the sources of your income? So which means you get your income. So now if you are a salary earner, we said that you have to estimate the expected returns that you have at the end of the month, or if you are into the 1 or 2 business, then you have to also consider or estimate the expenses that you have either daily, weekly, or monthly. So now, one of the things is that you need to plan and budget very well. So you have to look at your demands. So what are the things that you need to use your resources for? So you have to itemize them according to your priorities.
So that is anything that you don't fall within your budget, it should not be part of what we're using your resources for. So in fact, there are a lot of people that are very poor in this place. So as soon as they get their income or the resources, so they'll just go for anything. And before they know it, there are some vital things that they could have better for within that same without using the resources, but they find out that the resources are not there. So I think one of the things that we have advocated here is that we should plan very well. Then another thing is it's need to live within your means. So don't go for anything extravagant. So we even cited an example. We said, for instance, one of your activities you have maybe community rooms. So they maybe let us know you want to go for clothes that is 5,000. Then as you look, they will think of where you want to buy it. Then
okay,
one that is maybe
okay,
8,000 or 7,000. So because you have resources and you think that adding that 3,000 would affect your budget. So only plan that if you go beyond that, you should have budgeted for this. So just live within your means. Then I think,
okay. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a quick question?
yes, sir.
Okay, so I will just summarize everything you said to be that you're categorizing the children parents to be people that have little to no source of finance. True or false?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's keep it simple. So I would say children from disadvantaged family. Is that fine?
Okay, still in order. Still in order.
Okay, so give me age. Which age bracket will you put these kids? Is it 10? Is it 15? Is it 25? Or you can put a range, 15 to 25, anyone.
Yes, let's 25.
Okay, great, great. And then we see that also we want to assume from what you said, they are uneducated, right? Right? Uneducated, no form of education, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, want to put average, when you say average, average just means high school, right? Or not even in high school. So let's just say uneducated, okay? Then the last question I'll ask is, when we say uneducated, do they have any form of skills? Maybe tailoring, maybe plumbing, maybe, or let's assume no skills.
So let's assume they don't have any of these skills.
Okay, so no skills. So I just put in everything we just said together that we just concluded. So this is your empathy map. Okay, and thank you so much, Team 2. Is it Team 2 or Team 3? But I mean, I will call you Team 2. Okay, Team 2. Thank you, Team 2, for this. And now we'll go to our third side, which is the scenario mapping. Today, we're going to stop at prototyping because that's the most important. So we need to really move very fast. So we're going to start with the scenario mapping. Before we start with the scenario mapping, I want to actually first of all take more time to explain 1-2 minutes what I expect. We have done the stakeholder map. We have done the empathy map. You would agree that we are using this to understand these kids, the youth that we're talking about, where they're coming from, the kind of family they're coming from, their financial situation, their skills background, their parents' background, their community background. And also, we have also mapped out people or stakeholders that can be of help or can also even be of the other side, because anything that can help can also destroy, right? So, but how do we use them to actually be in our role in solving this problem? Now, that's where we do scenario mapping. Scenario mapping, the process of outlining all the steps a user. And this case, the user is this our youth that we're talking about. So this step, a user will take to complete a task. So a task. Now you now need to then ask yourself, in general, which includes notes about what users are thinking and feeling at each step. So what tasks will they be? What are they feeling and what are they thinking? So those are things you need to think of. And it can also include comments, information, anything, any important step. It can even be a question. It can be assumptions. But good ideas, suggestions it's always welcome. This is going to be more of this one is a very fast exercise, because now we already know where we are coming from, where we are going. So you are just going to paint a scenario with the information we have of who that person is. So team 3 will take this one. We'll give you 2 minutes, 3 minutes to just give us a scenario map of who our user is. We already know who the age bracket is, their home, the education level, skill level. We also know our stakeholder. So we just need you to give us a scenario. And when you are presenting, please give me a 1 minute pitch so that of time. I don't want our moderator Ajayi to kick us out before our time. So please, let's stay with time, and then we can quickly benefit from everything. So team 3, 3 minutes. Let's do this, and then we'll go to the next one.
Where is the team 3 coming from? Is it online or offline?
No, team 3, you have 2 teams in the plenary, right?
Yes.
So team 2 has given us, so the third team is, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Is this still on the empathy thing?
No, this is scenario mapping.
Does it have anything to do with what we discussed about?
So what the scenario mapping is now we know the persona, that is the children, we know the age, we know that they don't go to school. So now we want you to give us a scenario. So map a scenario for us. We also understand our stakeholders. Stakeholders is the school, it's the parents, it's the community leaders, it's the community itself, it's government, it's law enforcement. And in community leaders, we talk about, it can be using religious leaders or traditional leaders. So these are things. So you don't have to use everything. We just need to just come up with one idea of your scenario. This one is the fastest. It don't take you time. Just
real life scenario in Nigeria,
no, it does. So that's the thing. You don't need to look for a scenario that is real life. Just paint a scenario.
Yes. What is going on currently in this country is about insecurity. I have issues about kidnapping. A lot of youths are involved right now because of lack of employment. Another thing is education, drug, and so on. People are looking for ways to live above their means. They want to belong in society. That is what is causing this of kidnapping and for ransom, so that we can maintain a certain lifestyle that is they are not qualified for. I don't know if I'm making sense in that direction.
Okay, thank you so much. So I have taken a note of what you said. And you can correct me if I'm wrong. So you used the scenario kidnapping issue. So our assumption here is that our persona, that these young kids, they kidnap a lot. That's what we are saying now, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
I also said that, okay, get out of this. This is caused due to lack of employment. This is caused also due to lack of education, and then also people who wants to live above their means and to maintain a lifestyle. Is this correct?
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So I've taken note of that, and also thank you, Mohammed, for Mohammed also shared more information. If we want, we can also take a look at this. This also helps in its own way. So now, if you look at what Mohammed has done, we have done stage 1, 2, 3, which is we know the youth, we know the age, we know that they are from disadvantaged family, which is our stakeholder, our empathy map, and then we connect them back to the community, which is our neighborhood, to our parents, our stakeholder again, and then we put that, oh, they have siblings, 3 young siblings, right? So this is also another way. So this is our scenario mapping, that's example that we're talking about. So beautiful. So all 3 teams are doing very well. Now we will do something, we'll go over to something called story map. Now, when we talk about story mapping, excuse me. When we talk about story mapping, in this part, this is where we now actually start to look at certain things. Certain things around, you streamline everything we have to narrow down to, first is what is, in fact, I would say, you know what, let's skip story map and just use what Mohammed has used, because this is already a story map already for me, because the second part also goes further to actually conclude. So we'll skip story map and use what Mohammed has put in the chat. If you can see my screen, I actually have it also on my screen. So we will use this as a story map. Youths under age 25, from a disadvantaged family, lives in a low-income neighborhood with his parents, with their parents, 3 siblings. So we assume that there are 4 in family. Is the firstborn. Parents are struggling, just like T3 just mentioned. They don't have money, financial means. They cannot afford to send them to school. And then these youths have never received any form of education, just like we just said. And then now the community is working to address the issue. Now, the community that we're saying is trying to address the issue is now giving us this job to solve the problem for them. Okay? This is our story map, right? So we are the consultants. Okay? And then the community is the one that is worried. So this is what we are saying, right? So in doing this or in achieving this, we are going to do this in 5 minutes, because this one will take a bit of and the guys online will be the one handling this part, and then we will wrap up from there. So this will be like the wireframe. So we call this the wireframe because in the wireframe we focus on how we it's like building a mock-up, like a prototype of how to actually solve the problem, or what to look at in solving this problem. So again, it's a mock-up, it's a full solution. So this is not a full session, so we don't have that plenty time. So I don't expect it to be fantastic, don't worry. We just have only 5 minutes, right? So we'll use this next 4 or 5 minutes online team. This is only online team 1. To come up with a wireframe that is a mock-up prototype around how you think we can solve this problem. Remember, I know we don't have time, don't worry, but leveraging everything we've done, leveraging everything we've said on this call, they just stay within these our walls, and then come up with something that you think we can use to then solve this problem for the youths. Team 1, online team. Team 1, online team. Okay. Let me ask, online team, are you done? Okay, you're still deliberating. So let's do this one together. See, because I see you guys are almost done. So thank you, Mohammed and Jenny. I mean, this last part, which is the wireframe, is mostly done in this format. I'm going to show you. Can you guys see my screen? So I don't expect that last part to be that great, but I mean, in words format is fine. But the idea of the wireframe is more or less a prototype of what solution is going to be like. And in this case, it talks more around the use of user flows. So it's like a user flow diagram, which is what you have on the screen, as you can see. So you see it starts with, this is the situation for the youth. This is where we are going. This is this is what to understand with the youth. And then it then goes into the kind of solution. But this is just to show you a graphical look of how it would be. But let's plug it into what the team has provided. So the first thing in their own case for the wireframe would be to conduct a sensitization and training for the another one, which will be the second, will be to provide and facilitate support
So,
Okay, now.
sorry, I mean to say provide facilities. I think.
Okay. So I didn't get what. So the second one is to look at the facilities required to actually make that possible, and this is not going to be possible without one, either government or also community leaders. Thirdly, also we look at potential scholarships. This is also another program that can be implemented. Another one that we looked at here is also providing vocational centers where this. So instead, I would change this one to providing vocational skills, because if we say vocational centers, we will agree that this is the same thing as facilities. So let's say that providing vocational skills for those that may not want to go to proper school system, and then they could learn. I mean, again, this is just a quick short time learning to do or visualize and see how design thinking works in reality. But again, it's a 5 days program normally, and it's a 40-hour kind of learning where we work through professionals on different situations, and then we solve their own problem just like we did on the call. But I mean, it's just a short time. I'm happy to answer questions if we have, and I'm also open if you want. You can always reach out. I'm happy to guide where necessary. Just a brief of introduction before I leave. My DOT, I have background in tech. I've been in tech for the last 1 decade. Started with information security in Nigeria, and then moved to IBM Dubai, where I spent most of my time, and then where I started engaging with AITP. We've been with AITP, I would say, for close to, maybe 4 or 5 years now. This was where I started supporting AITP, and then I moved to Microsoft, the business program manager. Now I'm a consultant on my own, tech consultant on my own, and out of Barcelona, but I do global work for UN. Also still in Nigeria when necessary, and still AITP when necessary. So this is just a brief about me. Thank you all for your time on the call and also for your engagement. It was quite interesting. Thank you also to the online team. It was easy to work with you guys because you're all online. And then thank you for helping me manage the team on ground. But thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayowa, for this wonderful session. And I believe all the participants have gained 1 or 2 things from your presentation. Thank you for your time, because I know you are a very busy man. So out of your schedule, you still find it fine to come and honor this invitation. So I want to say thank you on behalf of the NEC of AITP. Thank you so much for your time. We will call you again next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
So straight away, we're going to another session from our resource person from Brain of System Limited. So permit me again to bring up Engineer Bayomi for his presentation. Thank you, sir.
AITP, next time you invite me for this program, I would like to be online. I think I will give priority to the online guys.
No. We are so sorry.
Honestly, I'm worried because for me, a workshop is a thing to come and go out and do this. So, how many software do I need to work on? And I really am going to see how many do I know now. We did not have to say, you have not done anything. But it's now I'm worried that I will not be able to cover what I have here. I was given 11 to 5 before, but we'll try to manage that one time, right? So we will continue from where we stopped.
and see how fast we can go. If we go too fast, I will end up getting you scared about this technology. So, what I did while we were on break was just to write these two functions, which can help us to get content from the web. It's just to fetch content from the web page. Because when we scan the QR on the web page, so we just want to scan it. And it's very simple. Very simple. We just use request.get URL. The URL that we send here. We use the request object. Yes, if you are not it might do something else. It's something we do every time. So we just do response equals to request object. Now we get what the HTML. Then we return the text from the HTML. And if there's no error, we found that step. So we're beautiful to I don't know why you call it that's the model that we expect test from our HTML. So what we just do is to run that program, together we run it. All we want to achieve is to scan the QR code, then they go there, we do the workplace, we download the content, and we read the content. So let's just do that. So I'm putting all the parts together here. So let me copy this.
No, mute your mic. No, yeah.
Speaking from a system Hello? Okay. I think it's better now. Okay, so I'll just copy these. I want to put them together so that we just run everything at once. So we'll first scan. I think we have a scan from camera, something like that. Yes, scan QR from camera. Scan QR from camera, return URL to us. And then we'll put the URL here. So the URL we get from scanning, we put it here. So we get HTML from it, then we get the text from the HTML, then we speak the text. Gentlemen, I think this is all. So this cell number 9, we are putting together everything we have done. We use scan QR from camera, which we did before. We scan the QR, we will return the URL to us. Then we take the URL, put it in the fetch web page content, we will fetch the page, then we start test from the page, and then we pass the text to our robots that is speaking. But let me do something because the test could be very large, depending on the web page we open. Maybe a lot of tests. So let me kind of truncate the test to up to maybe 1,000 words or 1,000 characters, so that we don't spend the whole day reading the web page. So this is the Python way of truncating it. So we start from 0 to 1,000. All right. So I'm going to open my phone to display the QR code the other time. All right, so I'm gonna run from, okay, I need to put on the speaker so that we can hear it reading. Right. Okay, we'll display the code.
What is artificial intelligence? AI. IBM. What is artificial intelligence? AI. Artificial intelligence leverages computers and machines to mimic the problem-solving and decision-making capabilities of the human mind. Learn about what's in X.AI. Sign up for AI updates. What is artificial intelligence? While a number of definitions of artificial intelligence, AI, have surfaced over the last few decades, John McCarthy offers the following definition in his 2004 paper. The link resides outside IBM.com. It is the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. It is related to the similar task of using computers to understand human intelligence, but AI does not achieve it.
All right, I think we see that. We open the page and we are in the content. So we got the QR code, we scan the code, we navigate to the website, we copy the context and then so we realize this what I'm not doing with this, so we just package all of this together and then you create a small UI or you can load it on your phone. So every time it's really good that I just only have to press the button and then start listening. So we achieved the first project out there. What I will just do, I will quickly go to the last project. Instead of going to number two, I don't know if we'll be able to finish it. That's actually the pure here. But let's deal with the fourth content. Then when we are out of that, we'll come back to the second lecture. So this fourth one, we will be using Visual Studio. Now, Visual Studio Code. This is the environment. Likely you have it on the system. If you don't have it, you can use Notepad for this. Or Notepad for us. We will have Visual Studio in there. Yes. Create a folder. Open the folder. You have a folder on the system that you want to use. So now one person knows which it's not just this environment. So you need to create a file. I'm going to do web design and development here. So I don't know if we have people HTML. HTML is very simple. It's what they use for website development. So it's just like very simple. Even primary school children do learn HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So I'm just putting the three together to do a simple web page. What I see from the page is a top book. The top books, like the top to the page, in the top back. That's just what we want to do there. It's at the request of Dr. That we do speech recognition. So I'm going to use a speech recognition model. Okay, so get my speech and then to talk back. All right, I just create a file index.html. If you want to create a file, you have a button here, new folder, there another button, new file. So if you are creating a new file there, just for you to click it and then give the name of the file and the extension. All right, I've already created a file, index.html. So this is the file, and I want to put HTML code here. So what I do, very easy in this environment, just say HTML. There are different versions. I just use HTML file. This is a snippet. As I press enter now, it will create the HTML skeleton for me. Just watch. Simple. Now, all HTML page, all web page that you want to develop, they must have this same skeleton. So my son, so even without just like HTML, close HTML, head, we close head, body, we close body. Simple. So what we just do here is to change the title instead of document,
let's change it to talk bot. A robot that will listen and talk back. Honestly, we have created a page already. Let me run it, and then you see the page in action. So I right click and click open a default browser. You have to install this extension. If you are newly installing Visual Studio Code, you may not have this open in default extension.
Okay.
You will not have it. If you want to have it, you need to click extension here.
Extension where that is,
I'm coming. Or is it this extension here? Extension, yeah, this last one. And then you type it there. Open in default browser. Open in default browser. That's what you are seeing there. Look at it. So you will then click it and install it. I have already installed it. Okay. But even if you don't install it, you can still run your HTML code. So now let me run my HTML code. Let's create a page from here. So we just run open in default browser. I hope I'm sharing this online.
Yes, I think they're saying that from.
Are the online guys seeing it?
Yes.
Okay. So you see, it's
so without the extension, if you want to run it directly, what can you do?
there's a way to run it. To do I even remember? I normally use F5, right?
F5. Okay.
Yes. But most time I just let me run again. Control 1 browser. Okay, so it just an open thing, nothing is on it right now. If you check the title, it will give you that top note that we put there. Nothing. Let's just change the background to something like blue. Now, to know that we are creating something. So I'll just go back. In the body, we'll use a style tag. Normally, you might want to create a separate CSS file for your style. But I just want to keep things simple here. Style, background color. So I give it any color we want. Maybe I just give it light blue. I'm a Chelsea fan. And those who think we will not perform, we are performing this. Right, so I save and run again. All right, the sky is blue, as you can see. So our page is coming up. So let's work on this page. Let's work on this page. So what I will do, I will just create a text element on this page, and then I will create a paragraph. Why I'm doing that is that anything I say, I want the system to write it out for us. So we'll write it on the paragraph. Okay, so I will use an input. Input elements. That's all. Let the type of this input be text. I could actually put button or anything, but I just like text so that I can keep tapping inside it and then I'll be doing my work. So type is text. Let's give it an ID. Let the ID be speech input. What else can we give it? Maybe we just give it a style. We don't need it to be very big. So we just condition the width. Maybe we just use 2 pixels for the width. So that input element is on the page now. If we run it, then we put a paragraph. So the paragraph is just the P element. Okay. And then you can close the P element. This P element, let's give it an ID because we'll be using it to type out the things we say. So ID is equal to, let's give it output element or whatever. Just leave it at okay, output test. You have in my notes. All right, then we can also do a style for it. Maybe we'll just make the font size to be large so that the online guys can see it. Font styles.
Let's make it larger. That is all I want to do on that page, just those two elements. I put a paragraph, I put a text box. So if I run it now, you will see the text box. You are not likely going to see the paragraph because there's no text in the paragraph. See the small text box. I just put it there so that I can type. I can press the key inside it. All right, let's go back. So I'm going to put a JavaScript on this now. Ideally, you will create another file for your JavaScript so as to separate the different parts, so as not to model things together. But because this is going to be a very small project, so I will say script. And if you are writing script, you may want to give additional qualification on what type of script and so on and so on. But let's just keep this thing simple here. So what I will do is to get the input text element out. So I have constant speech input equals document dot get elements by ID. And what element am I trying to get? I'm trying to get the speech input element. This. What have I done? I've gotten old on that text box now. So if I want to do anything on that text box, I will just do it easily. Then let's get also the output text, that paragraph, so that when I want to display text on it, I will be able to do it easily. So this will be output text, output text, output text. Okay, so we've got the two elements. Okay, I want the focus to always be on this input, this text input. I want it to be focused always. You will see the reason shortly. So I can just say speech input dot focus. So that way focus is always on it. The next thing I will do is to create the recognition object, the speech recognition object. And I'm using an existing model that has been trained for that purpose. So const, okay, let's just call it recognition. So recognition. This is the object that will recognize whatever I say and output it. So instantiating window.speech recognition. Speech recognition is supposed to be there. Yeah, that's it. Speech recognition is those options. Let me be sure we're using the right speech recognition. Or where that is not possible, then I can also use window dot WebKit. Okay, I will test this one out first. So if it doesn't work, then I will look for this WebKit. So I get the recognition object. So it's not for me to start coding what the recognition object will do. I will explain this again when we are running. So recognition dot on result. When the recognition gets a result, we have a function that is going to work with the result. I want to use this. Yeah, it's going to be an anonymous function.
taking event as an argument, and we try to get the result out of the event. So event dot result first element and the first element of it dot transcript. That's all. That is the test that will come out from the speech. Then I want to put this test onto the output test. So I have output test dot test content. I will add it to whatever is on the content. The result. Then maybe I'll just add a full stop and a space. So which means it will get the result in form of test, and then it will put the test on the output test, which is a paragraph that we left there. Okay, so then I can create a speak function that will speak it out. So maybe I can just call that one speak. We have not created a speak function. And then I pass the result to it. But we created the speak function the other time from Python. So we're going to do it now in JavaScript. So that's the first function there. I have 4 functions that I write. The second one, okay, let me leave error out of it. Let me write this listener event. So this speech input dot add event listener. We want to listen to key press. What I'm doing there is that when I press a key inside that our speech input, then we will generate this whatever this function has. Function. Okay. And what would we want the function to do? To start the recognition. Recognition dot. Sorry, I missed a syntax. Another syntax issue there. Okay, it was resolved. That is all for that function. They are just short function. Now let's create the last function. That is the function that will speak out what we wanted to speak. So we just call it speak. Okay, sorry, we have to say function. This is JavaScript. Function. The name is speak. So this function, like we created it in Python, we just wanted to speak out a test that we pass to it. So the test here will be the input. We'll call it input speech. So what will it do? We need to, okay, let's keep it simple first. Later we would make it a little bit complicated. So let's create a speech synthesis that will synthesize a speech out of it. Synthesis. I just call it anything. You can give it any name. Equal to window dot speech synthesis. Okay, then we use this, we get a U-trans from the synthesis now. That will be constant U-trans, what is altered? We've got new speech synthesis U-trans.
Okay. So to say the input speech. That's all. If we like, we can set some parameter of the utterance, such as the voice, the utterance rate, the pitch, and so on. But just to keep things simple, I will just read it out. So sentences dot speak. In Python, it was dot say. We speak the utterance. Semicolon. Okay, I think this is about it. Sorry if it look a little bit long. Let's go over it. Let's go over it. There's no problem about the other side. Just where the problem is will be the script, the JavaScript side. So first in this line, we get the text box. The text box that we put on the page. The reason why I get it is that I want the speech recognition to start whenever I press the key. So I keep focus in that text box so that each time I press the key, this will happen. This will start. And look at this event. The speech input, that is the text box. It's listening to key press. So each time I press key, it will start the recognition. And then when it starts the recognition, it keeps focus back on that text box. So that when I start next time, it will also start the recognition. Now, I keep focus on it at the beginning. Then here, when the complete recognition does work and get result. Upon getting result, it will run these three lines. You get the result as a transcript, and then it will put the results on the paragraph. In the paragraph element. Let's run it. When this one is working, we'll come back and do some addition to it. So I save. For now, what it will be doing is that it will just say back whatever thing I've said to it. Oh, okay, let me add something here. Let me add something like let me add something like you said, so that it will repeat whatever I said to it. Okay, so let's run it. Some window we have this. Some window operation system we have this. Some would have the other type, the web kit. So let's see if this window has this. If it doesn't, I will look for the second one. Okay, so let's save and run. Open a different browser. Welcome to this conference. Okay, look, Zoom is using my mouse. Okay, let me find a way to bypass that. Let me find a way to bypass that so that we can still be able to run this. Okay.
Along the line, the cost of the price. So the next thing was more.
Okay. Let me be sure we have outputs here from here. So run the speaker. Okay. I need to stop Zoom from using my speaker. So let me run it first. Hello.
You said hello, hello.
So we are having the mic is hearing me and then somebody is back to do that. Okay, let me see if I off the mic. Gentlemen, you are welcome to this conference.
You said gentlemen, you are welcome to this conference.
All right. So now we have the robot that is hearing me. I'm able to translate what I've said to test and also read out. So we have get the three parts. Now, but it's only repeating what I said. You said. So ordinarily, that's not what we want. We want it to be able to generate its own text based on what I have said. So what I will just do here. Yes. So I will get yes, so I will need a kind of natural language processing to generate a test. Okay, but I don't want to waste time with that, but I just want to show you that this is what we do normally. Generate test intelligently, or generate response, whatever way you want to call it. And it will receive an input test. Test. Then we'll pass that input test to some kind of API, or maybe you develop your own model, you train your own model to respond. And let me just make the response to return. Okay. What you said is, then I add the input test. So this is what it will return. It collects the input test, it adds this statement to it, and then return it. So from here, I will just say response is equal to generate test. Then I pass the input speech to it. So it will return response to me. Then I put the response here. Okay, that's all. In the generate test, I did not really do anything there. But if not for time, what I intend to do is to put in a ChatGPT model here. Wow. ChatGPT model. You use ChatGPT. Yes. You know, when you send the test to ChatGPT, it flies smooth. So what I intend to do was to put that model here, so that the test coming from here is going to ChatGPT. ChatGPT will fetch the test, then will return the test back in this place, so that I say then respond to me. But let's just leave it at this. I have something else to show you that will illustrate that. So I save and run. You are all welcome to this conference, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, the speaker was mute. You are all welcome to this conference, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. What you said is, You are all welcome to this conference, ladies and gentlemen.
So we are checking that.
Hello, sir. Can somebody speak to it and let's see how it will respond?
Okay, you're writing it on your phone. Is everybody writing it? Yeah. So, you wanted to speak on to it?
Yes.
Okay, when you come and speak to it here. Let it not be that it's only my voice.
Voice, let's see if it's recognize another person's or a lady's voice.
Okay, let me. The lady's voice, so you tap any key and say anything.
Something outside. That is keyboard. Can say anything outside of the let's go.
That is to speak English.
That's why.
Wow.
Let's refresh it and speak English.
Okay, which means the dictionary actually is in English. We don't have the outside dictionary. Yes, we have the dictionary. Yes. That was I wanted to find because I know we have done this thing with Moses, which the
Okay.
Was doing training.
Yes.
That's why the 10 years.
That's why.
Hi everyone, I'm happy to be here.
Okay. What you said is, hi everyone, I'm happy to be here.
Good.
Now, what I'm going to do next, I will show you a finished product. The product I started with it, and then I finish it. The product is meant for people with visual disability, the blind or those with visual impairment. And then maybe you are organizing a school for them, and the time has come for them to write it down. So after you write it down, and they are online students. So how do you bring them right down? So what we do in the platform is they interact with the type, the computer will read the question for them, and we say they are so on. Let's see it in action. The platform is an examination platform for visually impaired. .repo.co. This is the platform. We did it there for Open University of Nigeria. So you just assist the blind man to log on to this, then he presses any key in the instruction will follow. So just follow me as I'm using it. Imagine that I'm blind. I don't have a key, I will have myself. But just imagine that I'm blind.
Welcome to Open University Examination 2021 to 2022 session. Please note that you are being monitored with artificial intelligence. To listen to the guidelines for using this platform, say the word guidelines.
Guidelines.
There are 6 questions in all.
Guidelines.
Hello. Welcome to BrainSoft ODL examination platform for the visually impaired. Please pay attention to the guidelines for using this platform. You are required to provide your answers by speaking up. Make sure.
Give me question 1.
I am yet to capture your candidate number as your response was either invalid or was not found in the database. Please press any key and say your candidate number.
745.
I am yet to capture your candidate number as your response was either invalid or was not found in the database. Please press any key and say your candidate number.
M372.
I am yet to capture your candidate number.
M351.
Candidate number was taken as M351. Is this correct? Press any key and answer yes or no to confirm.
Yes.
Thank you. Candidate number confirmed. Now, listen to the questions. Question 1. What is artificial intelligence?
Artificial intelligence is a branch of computer science in which we try to create human kind of intelligence for machines.
Okay.
Question number 2.
Okay.
Next question.
Question number 2. What are the branches of artificial intelligence?
Natural language processing, computer vision, deep learning.
Okay.
Question 8.
Okay.
Question 8.
Okay.
Question number 9.
There is no question number 9 in the list of questions. The total number of questions is 6.
5.
Okay.
Question 4.
Question number 4. What is the significance of data to AI technologies?
Submit my answers.
Are you sure you want to submit your answers? Answers cannot be edited after submission. Your answers will be submitted 5 seconds after the beep. If you don't want to submit your answers at this time, tap any key now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your answers have been successfully submitted. Good luck.
And your response is captured and will send to the backend.
What about the scores?
Yes, it will match to the graded, and then the result is generated about time.
Alright.
There will be somebody at the back end who try to see if you answer correctly or not. Then you notice that there were pictures displayed at this end. So the visual is trying to watch you if there is somebody assisting you beside it. And it's using artificial intelligence to determine that. Or to see if you are wearing earpiece that is decreasing the answer to you. So if you fail any of these conditions, the system will not bring out. You can see that it was not so perfect because of interference. As I'm talking in my mic, this vibration is causing those things. So this is how that small software I was working. This is where to get. And if you look at the tool, you just if the person is question 4, go to question. If it's a question 3, go to question 3. This is simple. We are just using the existing model to achieve this. But there's a problem with the existing model. When you are using a model that you have created and you have trained to do stuff like this, there's a problem. What is the problem? The existing model is not trained in your environment. It is trained somewhere in the US. So sometimes you run into some issues. Maybe our own way of pronouncing things is not exactly the way it was trained. Their own pronunciation is slightly different. So the model may get different things. I'll give you an example.
Please let me mute this speaker so that I avoid that vibration. I wrote an
object identifier, a program to identify objects. And I use a pre-trained model trained by, I think Google, I remember. So after I developed the program, and then I was to present it, I was very proud. So I showed the program, I showed an orange to it. The program identified orange. I was happy. I brought my phone in front of the camera. He said, it's cell phone. Smile. I said, what else will I show? I brought a bottle of water. He identified this bottle. Fine. Then I said, let me show myself. I see what it is. After I bring my head into the camera, he said, gorilla. And then decided, no, I have to use my own model. I have to train my own. So what we will do next is to train our own model. To create a model, to train it, to evaluate. What we want to do next is highly academic. Yes, it's the kind of team, researchers, group, professors, and so on. But let's take the thing and try to do it. Because we cannot continue to use models created by these Chinese guys, American guys. We must be able to
create our own model and train. And it's not difficult. First, you might need to create models. Then most times you don't need to create models. You just look at the models that are already there. They're not trained. There's a difference between creating model and training model. The model may have been there, just take it, train it with your own data. You perform better for your own particular situation. So the part of the content we are going to now is that one that say develop a loan decision app. That app that I said I gave to my friend in Ghana is a model that will capture information of the loan applicants and run through the information and decide whether this applicant will pay back his loan if the following money or whether it will pay back. And so that's what we want to do next. So I'll be going back to my pie chart. And the section we are right now is creating, training, evaluating, and deploying models. So we need to first import the machine learning libraries that we use for this training.
Okay, maybe you should stop. Oh, sir, please, they want to go for trainings, for prayer. Under 5 minutes, they'll be back. Okay. Sorry, please, our Muslim brother, they want to go out. So please, just go for your prayer. We'll wait for you, don't worry. Because we want everybody to partake in the loan analysis. So that you go and develop your own, so then you begin to give people loan. But be careful, this is Nigeria. Let me try my own robot talking. I was unable to finish all the.
Yes.
That's me. That's my own talking something.
Okay. Okay, you write a test for you.
It's me. Welcome to AITP, ladies and gentlemen.
It's open. Let's go on to the thing. So hopefully it must work. Don't worry, it must work. It's going to It's going to take some time. Just put it on your place first. Yes, yes, I will show you the after
The HTML, right?
Yeah.
I miss the HTML. So.
Okay, you need something here. So after this new, you need a bracket. Then you need this web kits. You get the top line. So then initially use web kit special admission. So then it's okay, you have not even put the script is already there. You need to from the place that I need to do something on the preparation for the next. And I snap it. Come on. Yes.
So what of the end? Is that the end of this? Yeah, that's the script is the end. And after the script, you just have body and so I will now save it and run it. Yes.
So please come and see this my video and visual this studio. Actually, I've not been found in Russian and it's
Visual Studio Code. They are different.
no Visual Studio.
No, but we need Visual Studio Code.
Okay, it's cool.
Visual Studio, we first do a lot of downloading before, not Visual Studio.
Okay, it's
But
code.
It's Visual Studio Code, VS Code.
Okay, let me go and get
Download that one. It's even small.
very small. Yes, I saw it now.
So now when you want to talk about the now we want to talk about the you can drop here. Welcome to the
Oh, you got this.
Thank you. I'm grateful again.
This one is not working. Yeah, I thought I did for half. Let's remove it if it's not good. You can just put it to do so you call it out. If you find the music that calls this, then you get it and you can go right after it. So now you call it out. You open the car. The total screen is covered. Then you close it fine. Now this prospect is to come out from there. Yes. Because this one is forget. And then you need to destroy on the so always use this to complete your work. But if it's not completing it, then you mean something is wrong, so you need to work. Yeah, even this one, I already use it for training. When I'm doing development, I don't use it. So now that the PC has made that everything is fine, you can't do that. It's auto completion. So this, I think this is fine. So the next thing you can test it by calling in electronics and Canada.
Hey, listen.
Yes.
Okay, when you finish, it's something I want you to do.
I believe it will run now. You might test it. You have camera on your phone.
You can see all this code on the main page.
If you run on Notepad, then you need to do some lot of manipulation.
Okay. It's more convenient on
yes, because this one is giving you support.
Whereas you presented the HTML select one, yeah, just begin to go.
What's the speed of your system?
What is the hello?
It's coming.
Okay, it's coming up now. Coming up. It will show you a little bit. Okay, we have an error here. So where this one has not wait key. Yeah, we didn't finish key. Wait key, the K is capital. If you have used tab to auto complete it, you will have escaped that problem. Okay, so that's it. Then run it again. Now it's faster. So there are a lot of applications where you will meet this kind of thing. Even if object identification, like the
Those online, I hope they can hear us.
this one to it now. It's simple.
Okay.
Because people are training, when they see black person, so now if you show it your did you snap
the online people? Online, I hope you are with
Yeah,
us.
yeah, we are with you guys. It's just that your voice is a bit low.
Okay.
I guess you guys are talking to each other, not to us. Is it?
No, it's from this the light provider.
Yeah, okay. Difficult, you will keep moving this forward and backward. The best thing will have been to okay.
You know, it's not made as a project.
Let's say you print it out. It depends on how much light is on the other now they make it worse. Now don't scatter. Let me use the one. Okay. So now we have some problem.
You feel it now?
Sorry.
Sorry, I will give you the number.
The problem is web browser. So didn't import web browser or when you to because it's the one that is nominated. So for this one now, you need to find a way to put it and it can be difficult. When you do camera restarts, when you try to finish from no, sort of because if you do it and it doesn't come, it means something is wrong. Whether you're not spelling it well, or whether you need to install the web browser itself.
Maybe it's not there.
Okay, you have not even installed it. But you have
and when we don't import it, I use the
that's why it's okay. I'm yet to get why it's not coming. Okay, let me type it for you. The ideal supposed to so we need to give it time.
Hello, sir.
I've seen that it's detected. Yes,
Come and see this also. Okay. Thanks.
yes.
It's all to do here.
This we shall actually put. Yeah, your system is good. So it's ready for work. It's ready. So you open the folder where you
Yes.
want to work.
Okay.
Open folder. So I don't know.
Let's put Abuja. No, Abuja code. AITP code. Sorry. No AITP code.
Okay. So we can do this folder is empty.
Yes.
You can create a file. You can also use this to or you use this.
Okay.
So usually the first file we call it index. Most times everybody call it index of HTML. So that file is there. And it's open here. Then I need the skeleton HTML file. Okay, and enter. We give you the skeleton for the code. We now start writing your code. Okay. That run in default browser. We will not see it here now. So we need to use extension to look for it and install it. Open default browser, which is this. Okay, you install it because it's what you use to run it. Installing it doesn't usually take time. Installing, in fact, you can continue to do all that. Okay, it's done. So now, if you right click, you will see the progress of the rest.
Thank you, sir.
Are we back?
Are we back, please? Or we should just give.
After that 30 moments, I will go to my house.
Yes.
Let me quickly go to the channel.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. So you just open where you want to keep your file. I don't know where you want to keep it. So you can create a new folder. Yeah, on title, and you can name it what you like, and then you create a file inside our folder for Python 3. So the file is here, and then you can write the code inside this file.
So do you have any material to share?
Yes.
Okay,
Which one should I use? Should I do this training later, or should I just give them a webcam? Because 30 minutes will not do it.
ask them. Let them explain. Ask them. Better for them for this. And those online.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. I've been told I have a task. So I want you to make sure we have two more contents, and now we cannot finish the two contents because of the time. So we have to shoot one. The first one is model training deployment. The other one is worker. Worker is a software, and it doesn't involve code. You just learn how to use it to create model, train model, to test, and so on.
Left to me, I would have chosen the other one. Because worker, you can always know how to use it. But the model development, you have to learn it. Why don't we choose the one that you need to learn? Than the one that you just download online, then use. Well, we don't have time.
We extend it to tomorrow.
We'll extend it tomorrow. You free now?
That one is very busy.
Ask those online.
All right, so let's say
no problem.
So my request, subsequently, if we are doing this, it's better to have this coding thing in the morning.
when the head is still pressed. Because a lot of technical
It's
things.
true, of course.
If we start writing code now, sir, a lot of persons will switch off.
Because of time factor over there too.
Yes, yes.
They have,
And my advice
That's
for all of us who are in the tech business, either AI or cyber or anything, we should get Python literate. We should be Python literate. Let's not learn one programming language, even if it's not Python. Not that Python is the safest. To learn it. So maybe you can go for Java, you can go for C#, but at least all right. So we'll be doing the content with Worker, introduction to Worker. So I will give you the link. You download it. It's online, and then we install it. It doesn't take time to install.
the one in purple.
So the gentleman online, we want to download Worker and install it and see how to use it to create model, train model, and so on. So I'll just go to Google and just type Worker. Maybe Worker download. And then usually it will be the first or second item you see in the list. Please, I request you to do it too, so that when you leave this workshop, result system for this workshop, you cannot go back home with the same number of software you do before. These are we have come here to use that. When you go back home, you know at least one more software, you know how to use it. That will be great. So I just click this, and then it takes me to this place. You can see that they said 23,600 people have downloaded it this week. To tell you how popular it is. I guess this one we do. I click download. So your download will start shortly. And okay, I think the download is already done. It's not so heavy. Okay, look at my download icon. Okay, it's going on. Worker 3.8, 3-8-6 as those. That's what we have. If you have a challenge, let's go. How I will know that I have process in this meeting of today. I mean, we have 80% who are able to use that after the workshop.
I get what I
One person has installed.
Yeah.
Okay, you have installed or grab it before?
Yeah.
You grab it before?
Yes.
Very good. So we have one or two more persons. Yeah. I got the information for the program with very short activity.
What have the people that's been instead of Simpson? I did instead of Simpson, but they were bickering. And then it makes sense.
Okay, so this is internet issue.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Okay, so please let me move ahead because we don't have all the time in the whole world. So I'm going to launch it now to open the interface. Worker 3.8.6. So you must be careful if you are looking at my screen. If you run this executable, that means you want to reinstall again. If you run the app, 3.8.6 app. Okay, this is the interface. This is the interface.
developed in New Zealand. At least for it. So let us follow this. Let us follow it. Okay. Developed in New Zealand using Java programming language. So the university guys did it. The students and the department come together and all the kind of things we do in machine learning. They try to put the different algorithms together and then package it. So this tool, we'll use this to create model, to experiment with models. Sometimes when you have a research work, you collect data and don't know which model is the best. We have an idea that something is a but which of the model I done this? Or this is a application for is it best fit for support network or video command for it? There is lots of
We online, I think we are not getting it well. If I do voice at time,
this what
and the main
let's
speaker
use the
is
Explorer. You can see the interface allow you to use the Explorer, the experimenter. On my system.
Who has
it? I think I have two persons. So let's use the Explorer. We are going to use both the Explorer and the experimenter today. So when you click the Explorer, it gives you this interface. Yeah, it gives you this interface. Nice looking interface. Look at it. The interface has this tabs, pre-processes, classify. You see, you cannot click the classify now because you have to first do some pre-processing before you can now classify or cluster or associate or do any other thing. So you are required to open a file. So that means you want to open your data set, open file. Or you may open a URL if you have the data on a particular web page. Or if you have a database, maybe an Oracle database, SQL database, or any form of database. And you may as well generate artificial data. You just want to create an artificial data to work with. So we are going to try generate and open. So let's try with open. I click open file. Okay, it will open your the directories on your system. If you have file, a data file anywhere in your system, you can navigate there and pick the data file. Okay. Now I want to pick file that come with Worker itself. Worker has some sample data sets that is stored in it. So I will click this. Their file is usually on the C drive. So you click C drive. Inside program files. That's where they keep their data file. Then Worker 3.8.6. Then inside the data folder. These are the default data sets they pack together with Worker. I don't know if this mic is still working.
It's not working. On it. Is it on?
Maybe the battery is low. Okay. So it's better. So these are the data they pack with it. Let me go over it again. So I just click cancel. So I said you click open file. Oh, see, come there straight now because that was the last thing we did. But if you were in your desktop, you will have to click this arrow, go to your C drive. Inside your C drive, your program files, then Worker 3.8.6, and then the data file. So there are a lot of data sets here. There is the airline data set. It's about customers entering airline. We want to work on it. You have breast cancer. That is where they collect information and it's a medical research. So they collect information and based on that information, they determine whether breast cancer is present or not. There is also diabetes. There is a whole lot of data there. So let's just pick one. But you need to have some understanding of the data you are picking.
Yes.
Why do you need understanding? Because the data you pick is what will tell you whether you are doing
a classification work, or you are doing a regression work, or you are even doing a cluster work. You know, in machine learning, artificial intelligence, you have different kind of problem. You have regression problem, you have classification problem. You can also have clustering problem, or even an hybrid of these problems. Okay. So I've just loaded the data from the file. So if you see now, this is the name of that database. It's called relation in worker terms. So it's breast cancer. It's showing us the instance. That is how many rows of data you have in the data set. This data set contains 286 rows. Trust me, this is just for experiments. Real life data, 286 rows is useless. It's useless. Real data, you'll be looking at 100,000 rows. And that is why Excel is not enough when you want to do data science or machine learning. Okay? Because you have a so large number of data rows that Excel might find it difficult to open and to work on them. All right. It also gives us the features. That is the column of data in that data set. We have the age column, we have the menopause column, we have the tumor size, and so on and so on and so on and so on. So you can check each of these feature or each of these column, or if you like, attributes. Look at it. This age column, that is the selected one now. There is no missing value. There's no missing entry. Okay. And then these are the data there. There are 6 distinct data. And the type of data there is nominal. You know, you can have data that are nominal, that are ordinal there. So different kind of data. Then this is another field. Also a nominal field, 3 distinct values. You see the label, tumor size. I expect these to, okay, they still use nominal field. They are looking at a range. And then maybe they are taking a mid value. Number of inches, still nominal. Yeah. All are nominal data. Radiant. Okay. Okay. So usually regression problem, we have data that are not just nominal. And then this third, this 10 attributes is the class. That is the target column. That's the column that we want to ingest. Usually, if we have, if it is, there are 2 classes, like in this case, there are 2 classes. So one is no recurrence event, and this one recurrence event. Okay, so if it is this one that we want to predict now, and then you see a visualization of that class, the non-recurrence has 201 instances, and the recurrence have 85 instances. So when you run into a data like this, it is called imbalanced data. Data is lopsided, and if you do training with this, you are going to run into some problem. You have performance indicators that are not good enough. So when you have imbalanced data, you have to do some process work. Your options are: you can decide to take sample from this one, this class that is 201. We can remove some sample from it so that it eventually come back to around 85. But again, what you have to consider before you do that is that how many data do I have in the first place? So if you have 286 data rows and you still want to remove back a bit, you are even making matter worse. So then maybe the option is to go and get more data for the 85 so that it comes up to this one. Another thing you can do is that during the training, you can penalize this, or you can increase the weight of this. You can ask the model to learn more. You add weight to this one. But let's not go into that detail now. Let's concentrate on how worker does work. So we have open file, so we see the file. The next thing we do is go to classify. So click classify. Sorry, before classify, this data now is already cleaned, kind of. You will see that each time we check the label, we are seeing 0 missing. There's no missing item. But there are some data that items are missing. So you need now to remove those missing rows. So you may have to apply filter. There are a lot of filters that can be applied. You know, you can create additional field. You can remove some field. You can find average of field. So depending on the work you are doing, you might use filter. But let's keep it simple first. We'll come back to another data set, and then we'll see how we do this. So that classifier, you now choose the classifier. The classifier they put here is 0R. Now, your choice of classifier depends on the type of problem you are solving. This breast cancer thing, I know it's a classification problem. So we are looking for classifiers. Look at it, classifiers. So which one do you want to use? You want to use naive Bayes? You want to use which one?
SVM, is it them?
SVM, yeah, support vector
Okay,
machine.
let's use that. Let's find out.
Yeah, that one will be another function.
Let me see the classifier.
Similar, yeah, simple logistic, SMO. So if you stay on each one, it will give you some notes about them.
All right.
So let's just use this one. Yes.
Which one is that?
Naive Bayes.
Okay.
Yes. So we choose that. The next thing is that we will also look at the test options. Do we want to use training set? Do we want to use supply test set or cross validation or percentage split? Okay, I'm sure you know the theories about all these test options. If you say percentage split, for example, it means that you want to divide your data set into train set and test set. That means you will use some of the data sets as for training. You will use some for test. Now, when you have 286 for the entire data room, it becomes very funny. How many are you going to? Well, because this is just for training. So I can change this percentage to 80. Most people use 80-20. That means 80% for training and 20% for testing. So we have said that. You can set more options about the training. More options here means the output model you want it to show. You want to output the entropy evaluation. What you will do here depends on your knowledge of machine learning. How much of machine learning you know, because thereafter you will select, even when it displays it, you don't know what they mean. All right. How do I close that back? Okay. So let's say you have set that option. You can also select which of the attributes is your target attribute from here. They have already selected class because it was called class. So that is the class you are targeting. But sometimes maybe it is not that one you want. Then you can come here and select the particular field you want to be the target. So that's all. You just press start from here, and it is done. It has done. It has done it. This is the report. This is the classification report. Now you have to now sit down and try to understand this. You are using a 9BS classifier. It's trying to tell you the attributes, the known recurrence event and recurrence event. So it's showing you the table for each of them. Then it goes further now to show you the correctly classified instances, give you 70.2%. This is about your accuracy. The incorrectly classified is giving you 30% or 29.8. It's giving you parameters that you can use to estimate or evaluate the performance of that model, like mean absolute error, root mean square error, relative absolute error. But my favorite is looking at this classification report and this confusion matrix. So the classification report is showing us the true positive rate, the false positive rate, the precision, recall, F measure. Now for an imbalanced data like this, my favorite is the Matthew correlation coefficient. Because if you are working with accuracy alone, it's telling you accuracy of 7.2, you will be happy. But don't forget, the data is imbalanced. So the 70.2 means that, and if you look at the confusion matrix, see, for the known recurrence, which is the bigger class, you have 30 correctly classified, 6 misclassified. Okay, but in the case of the recurrence, 10 correctly classified, 11 misclassified. So this model for me is not doing good.
Yes.
So if you run this, even when you are getting high accuracy, it may be that most of the
one is getting right, is the no recurrence event. So when you have this situation, you now have to do a lot more. One of those things you can do is to use another classifier. So we have run for naive bias. Let's choose another classifier. You will see some classifier that are dulled out, that are grayed out, because they do not apply to that particular data set. Maybe they are regression problem or so. All right, so let me look for, okay, let me look at logistic regression, I'm still using a percentage split. I run it again. So for logistic regression is even worse. It's worse because the accuracy drops. And then 12 misclassified in the recurrence. So I can still choose more. So at this point, it's more of a trial and error, and that is what this guy is about. It still was. So okay, let me go back to which one? Rules? Maybe use your 1 hour or use, okay, let's use decision. Decision table. I was actually looking for decision tree.
Okay, decision tree.
Yeah, decision tree should be function.
No, random forest.
Random forest. Okay, where is random forest?
Yes, random forest.
On that way. Okay, on that trees.
Yes.
Okay, random forest is just a bagging of trees. Okay, decision tree like one. The random forest is like, you know, we do ensemble of models. So random forest is like an ensemble of decision tree. Okay, so we do this. Let's run it.
71.
Okay, so 71 and the MCC is slightly better classification for the no recurrence, except that the misclassification, the recurrence is still high. One thing we can do again is to change the test options. Instead of a percentage split, maybe we can use cross-validation. So now the fold is 10 here. You know, cross-validation there is a k-fold classification, whether it is 10-fold or 5-fold. So now we are using 10. 10-fold means that like you divide the data set into 10, you use 9 to run it, then you come back, you move the first one, take out the second one, run it over 9, and find the average. It's going to take longer time to do the training, but I think you should have a better result. Okay, and you can see now that the result is better. The result is much better when we have random forest. You can see, yes, the accuracy is 69, but you look at the Matthew. Oh, no, I was looking at ROC area. Okay, it's not so better. It's not so better. The misclassification is high. It's not
very high.
Also better. So, but this is what we do. Now, we can also use this to do hyperparameter tuning. You know, sometimes you vary the algorithms, the model. Sometimes you just pick a particular model, you vary the hyperparameters. Let's say we are talking of random forest, for example. Random forest has given us 69.5. You can double click this place. You double click, then it brings out for you the hyperparameters. Sorry, it's not looking so sharp on this, but I think we can manage it. So like bag size percent is 100 here. Maybe you want to change it and put, I don't know, it's just for experiment 90. Then maybe break test randomly was set to false. Maybe you send it to true. You send it to true. Just change the parameters. Usually what you would do is that somebody will sit and design the hyperparameters you want to vary. So maybe you create a table for experiment 1. You may hold constant some hyperparameters and just change 1. Then for experiment 2, change it to another 2. You may have like 100 experiments. Then your research assistant is running each experiment and keeping the performance until you get which one performs better. So now I just change a few parameters here. Or maybe I just take this one to 120 iterations. Okay. Let me click OK. Then I run again.
Okay, so my upper parameter tuning does not seem to have produced a better result. No, it's even a worse result. So you see, but if you have to do this over and over again, you will be able to get something meaningful. All right, so that is just the first experiment. Let's do another one. Let's do another one. I'm opening file. Let me take another data set. Let me take CPU.artff. Okay. So let me select all. Each of the feed, I can see the visualization here. I can see the plot. And in this case, there are also no missing values. The data has been cleaned. I was actually looking for one that we need to clean. Okay. Okay, look at something in this case. This data set, look at the maximum and minimum. Okay, let's start from here. The maximum and minimum is 1,500 to 17. Look at the second attribute, 32,000 to 64. Look at this one. So when you have a data like this, you know that you are going to run into a problem in your model training. So you do some kind of scaling, min mass scaling, so that all of them fall within the same range. So let's try that. That will be filter. You choose from filters, unsupervised. Let's say along attributes, depending whether you are doing it along a column or along rows. Then you can normalize. Normalization, yes. And you can also double click here to change the parameter of the normalization and then apply. So if you now look at the min mass, it's not between 1 and 0. Between 1 and 0. So all the data set now are within that range. So we have done some pre-processing on that. Now we move to the next stage, which is classify. And okay, I will just choose a classifier. This look like a regression problem for me. So I look at this. I can use, let me try simple linear regression. Okay. Maybe I use percentage split. Then I can just click start to run. Okay. Okay, so this is the report. This is the model. Look at the model. No, the model here is a simple linear model, which is just like say y is equal to ms plus c, where m is the gradient, and c is the intercept. So that is what is given. So it has created a model and give you the model. You can now, program this model for further prediction. And the correlation coefficient of 76%, not so bad. Root mean square 77, absolute error 57. So again, we can do a lot of run until we get the one we want. Finally, before I go, let's look at another interface of Worker, which is experimental. The experimenter here allows you to compare.
I will call you back.
Allow you to compare two algorithms or two parameter tuning that you have done. So, for example, I can open a data set. Okay. Okay. So you just want me to click new. You can name it anything you want. Maybe I call it experiment 1. Okay. I don't have data here. Add new. I don't know, let's just pick a particular data set, maybe airline. Okay, so this is data. Then you come here and pick the algorithms that you want to compare. add new. Choose. I don't know. Just choose this one. Okay. Then I can still add another one, depending on the one that I want to prepare. So there are parameters. Then I click OK. You can add more algorithms, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that. And then when you are done, you run. Okay, it has started 1635. So it will run through and then generate results. We will not be able to compare the result from the algorithm you are trying to experiment with. See, this tool is something that you have to put your hand on. We are saying this. For fine here, I can see that some of us already have this installed. So don't play around it. It's something you can learn about. The extent to which you use it is the function of how much you know about machine learning. You want to say a lot of algorithms, you don't know what it is. So why don't you refresh that part of machine learning? You look at the possible algorithms, which one is right, and which problems, and then when your knowledge of machine learning is present, you will come back to work. It's taking time to run that experiment. I don't know why I'm not doing that. But eventually, if it runs, it will give you the result. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this would be a convenient place to talk briefly for questions, for advice, for feedback, or anything. Any question? You have any query, any advice, feedback? Just to refresh your mind, what have we done today? We have been able to cover 3 out of 4 content we plan. We plan to develop a QR generator, a QR scanner, and a web content reader. And we did it with simple code. So now you can simply go and create a barcode on any of your staff ID cards. You have a page for them on your website. Then you can use your scanner to navigate to anywhere. Then we have a web content reader. You can just even use the web content reader. I don't have the web content. If you want to read any material, if you are to run on your back, you don't have time to open it. You might just pass the second, but why after that, we work with the and then we show you the examination platform for visual display. Where you can ask question, question 4, question 5. You can navigate to it anytime. You can navigate to it. It's going right examination platform for visual display. And I have a page inside my material. So and also develop it. And finally, we look at the for you to play around machine learning with other people. So once again, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Bayonle Badayome, for this brilliant presentation. And I believe people on ground and people online have been able to grab 1 or 2 things from this workshop. So we say thank you for your time. God bless you, sir. Thank you. So at this moment, I would like to introduce a personality in our midst, my own brother from another mama, our able CBN of AITP, and a vice chancellor of okay, Muhammad Kabaruddin University, Ilorin. Okay, Muhammad Kabaruddin University, Ilorin, Kwara State. He just walked into our midst this evening, and I want him to come to the podium to just greet us. The CBN of this application. My ABC. You're welcome, sir.
The president of the AITP, the vice president, other members of the National Executive Council, our amiable facilitators, and distinguished participants of this one. The president, I don't want to, I want to make it a surprise. I was trying to be here as early as 12, but God really wants it. But I thank God I'm able to meet you here. The player to be here, and I want to believe all these faces I'm seeing are now members of the AITP. So I want to welcome you to this noble mission. Of course, the only way for us that we can really collaborate. And it's through collaboration that we can develop, we can have sustainable development of our career as a teacher of IT. And it comes with a lot of benefits, sharing of resources, sharing of ideas, okay? Collaborating on winning research grants, and so on and so forth. And I believe you know that as a result of coming to this workshop. So many of us will go to know each other during conferences and workshops like this. And from there, that has yielded into a lot of mutual benefits. I want to wish every one of us. I believe you had good time. Drop it. Stop sharing. People are looking this at this time of the day. I'm not tired of the workshop.
I just logged out.
Okay.
Innovative and also value added engagement. So on behalf of the leading license past user education in our teaching program.
We can't hear you guys again.
It's part of what I'm also raising my hand. We can't hear what is happening. We are just mute.
Yeah, I think they are, I don't know. But may I know when is the induction? Is it done already? Right, we can hear you guys though.
We no longer know what is happening again.
But excuse me, Mr. or Dr. Muhammad Halidu. Can I ask you whether you know whether the induction is done already?
Can you hear us now?
No, I'm not.
No,
I'm
we
not
can't hear you
Hello?
guys.
Online.
Yes.
Online people cannot hear you.
Online, please, can you hear us?
Yes,
No,
we can hear you now.
you are just making the mic, can you now? We are already cut off all this while.
Ah, wow, sorry. Sorry, please.
Okay, excuse me, may I ask you something? The induction, is it done already or when?
No, it's now, we are starting now.
Okay, please, let's make it, because it's already midnight here. I'm waiting for that actually. That's the
Hey,
main
sorry. She's from Malaysia. That is 11:48 now in Malaysia.
Yeah, so you can see that it's already coming midnight.
We want to have a induction. I've already went there to call Mr. Dr. Ajayi. What's the cookie? He has not come, but he's coming. Maybe you can do some talk right before he comes. Okay. While we are waiting for the okay. You can come to this side. Or use the mic. Okay.
President, sir, I am of the opinion that there should be a strong collaboration between the AITP and the NCS, which is the mother body, to see how we can approach the government to see how we regulate IT practitioners in the country. Because the truth of the matter is that we're able to bring a strong regulation on all IT practitioners. I think we can cohesively have we can cohesively make progress. It's just like it baffles my imagination just like a medical doctor. You cannot practice in Nigeria without being a member of the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria. But these days, we have a lot of IT professionals out there that are not members of these professional bodies. And you see them, practicing. So my question and or advice is that there is need for the leadership of NCS to see how they foster synergy, probably with the Ministry of Digital Economy, to see how they make it compulsory for every IT professional, even corporate bodies. They need to be members of these professional systems, so that whatever we are doing it in unison, and owing to the fact that we are also a body. By so doing, I think we'll make a greater and bigger achievement.
Thank you very much. Over to Mr. President.
Yeah, that's very good. Many participants. Yeah, I actually like your suggestion, and I want to respond as follows. You know, this group is Academia in Information Technology. It's an interest group of Nigerian Computer Society. Which is NCS. In NCS, we have different interest groups. But presently, we seem to be one of the largest now, I mean. Even the NAWITs, is it NAWIT, I mean?
Yes, it's an
interest group. Yes, it's an interest group, but we are larger than them. The reason is that even in the NCS, most of the members are from academics. Now, regulating the activities of practice is purely the responsibility of computer professionals of Nigeria, which is CPN. That is, they're the one issuing license. I know that contracts, there are contracts that you cannot do without being a member of CPN. Or your company, yes, or your company must be a registered member of CPN. Yes. Or even your director, because I know I know somebody that actually contacted me to be on their board because I'm a member of CPN. And the reason is how can they get what contracts? Again, as head of institution, I'm very aware that you cannot, like TED Fund now, you cannot be given contract in TED Fund without being a member of what? That's corporate member of CPN. And before you become corporate member of CPN, you as an individual must be what? A member of what? NCS. No, CPN and NCS. So these are actually those things that are, one of those things that we are pushing at that level now is the issue of, which is very important to us. In fact, we started this 2018, is the issue of considering us in promotion, like what is happening in engineering, that's in the universities. What's happening in engineering, what is happening in accountancy. Like if you have an ICANN in the university, if you have ICANN and first degree, if you are going to be employed in the university, you'll be placed as lecturer, assistant lecturer, instead of graduate assistant. I could remember when we started, people like Professor Bauer then, so we had first degree, all of us, but he had ICANN. So immediately, automatically, it was one step ahead of me, being an ICANN member, when all of us had first degree. I studied with graduate assistant, he studied with assistant lecturer. The same thing with one of my friends, Edward Banana. Some of you may know him, Edward Banana. Though he later left to bank, he's now in UBA. The same thing with what? With engineering. So we now want to see that for you to actually, if you have your first degree and you're a member of CPN, you can be employed as assistant lecturer in the university to be part of the condition. Well, the same thing will not be employed, will not be used at what? At the colleges of education and polytechnics. So that's it about regulation of what? Of the practitioner. So I think it's better we quickly now move to, if there's no other thing, we quickly move to our induction. Are we ready? Yeah. Because we don't have time. This place closed by what? 5. Once again, I want to use this opportunity to welcome one of us, Professor Ben Rashid, who is our finance director, and also the vice chancellor. You're welcome, sir. My PC. I was just sitting down there. I said that maybe the president last year he was the chairman conference. I mean, for some of you that came. Maybe next year, maybe when you're coming for our conference next year, maybe you either be rector, provost, or for this. Because we are seeing so many CEOs among the members. So please, you're welcome, sir, and we're happy to see you among us. We expect that your university should be a model, especially in IT. What I'm telling you is, we try to see that our university will be a model, and it will be sponsoring more people into our workshops and conferences by the grace of God from next year. So I don't allow him now. I need to stop him because he just get into the line.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me? So
let me just PDF. Okay, no, okay. Can you not imagine? Yes, can you not imagine Zuba? Zuba, not imagine. Yeah.
Any other observation, please? We're going to send report so that we get report from every participant. You send it to our mail. The chairman conferences will send the survey. Please make sure you be very objective. There won't be any name or kind of this is what so one objectivity right from the feeding, right from the participants, our behavior, the venue, other things. That at least we can see how we can do better next year. We are hoping that around April we have another workshop. Maybe around Nasara or Adamawa. I mean, at least. Yeah, when I'm the president, I'll take it to that place. So the people like Dr. Mrs. Ekong that have never been to Adamawa, I mean, they will come.
Hello.
And so Professor Benga, they will be to Adamawa. I mean, do we start?
Zuba, not in my drop.
When is the induction?
So I think we have
what's the meaning of this? What's the meaning of this? Is this the outing? Is this the out going out?
No, we're waiting for the chairman membership. He's the one to, because he's the one that will admit you, Abi.
Yeah.
Then before it will be approved by the president.
Where is it? I want to check. I'm coming. I'm coming. I want to. You never come. Huh? It's not clear.
It's on your.
It's not clear.
It's not clear.
Okay, let me project it and see. I'm coming.
Okay.
Oh, it won't clear. Let me see you recording. How is this? Is it better? Huh? It's because of the lights. Please, let's switch out there. The what is now? Off the lights. Can you read it online? Hello, online.
Hello.
Hello. Please, can you see my screen? Can you read it?
We can see your screen, but we can't read.
Lara, we cannot see your screen, no.
The orientation is not clear.
Okay, wait. Hold on, please.
The orientation is like bottle and something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me post it on the platform.
Can you yes.
Ah.
When now read them, you now ask them to stand up and hand over them to as your new member. Then you now they are now being accepted.
That one is on the
So
workshop.
you're good.
The oath is on the workshop.
Okay.
They can't put on the screen. Let's go ahead.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can
Hello?
see it now.
Yes, we can see it now. Yes,
Okay.
we can.
On the platform.
Then we have a copy on our platform. You can pick it up. But if you're online, we want you to read it now.
Follow what? Oh, yeah.
You mean we should read it aloud?
Are we reading it now?
Yeah, I've read it.
Okay, on the lights. Hello? Mr. Let me call him. It's not. Maybe the battery has.
It's midnight. I really tried them.
Okay.
Okay, you can shout.
Can we hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay. Well done. Good afternoon, good evening, good night over there, wherever you are. Now, this is the oath of membership that I will be administering. For those of us who are here, who are supposed to be new inductees, please can you rise? Those who are there over there should rise. You have to rise wherever you are. You have to stand up. Any member that is going to be inducted will have to stand up. So you have to be on your feet. Are you hearing me, please?
Yes.
Online.
We can hear you, sir. We are on our
Yes,
We can hear you, sir.
You have to be on your feet.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I will be reading it, and then you have the copy of that thing as we put on the screen, and we have put it in the platform as well. The PDF copy is there. So
Some of them are lying down.
you will raise up your right hand like this. When I say I, you will mention your name.
Yes.
So academia in information technology profession. Oath of membership.
I
do solemnly acknowledge
do solemnly acknowledge
application to academia information technology profession.
application of academia information technology and
Let me finish with my own before we are not rushing, please.
Okay.
That I have an obligation to academia in information technology profession.
Obligation to academia
that I have an
information technology profession.
AITP. Thus,
Thus,
I am ready to promote
I am ready to promote
I'm ready to promote the understanding
the understanding of information technology and systems
using
and systems.
Using every resource at my disposal.
Using every resource at my disposal.
Obligation to my fellow members.
Obligation to my fellow members.
Thus, I shall uphold the high ideals.
Thus, I shall uphold the high ideals
of AITP as outlined in its constitution.
Of AITP as outlined in its constitution.
Incorporating and treating them with respect at all times.
By incorporating and treating them with respect at all times.
Obligation to the profession.
Obligation to the profession.
And will participate to the best of my ability.
And will participate to the best of my ability.
In the dissemination of knowledge.
In the dissemination of knowledge.
As it affects general development.
As it affects general development.
An understanding of information technology.
An understanding of information technology.
As a result of this solemn pledge.
As a result of this solemn pledge.
I shall not use knowledge of a confidential nature.
I shall not use confidential nature
to further my personal interests. Nor shall I violate the privacy.
Nor shall I violate the privacy
and confidentiality of information entrusted to me.
And confidentiality of information entrusted to me.
Or which I may gain access.
Or which I may gain access.
Obligation to my employer whose trust I hold.
Obligation to my employer whose trust I hold.
I shall therefore endeavor to discharge this to the best of my ability.
I shall therefore endeavor to the best of my ability.
To safeguard my employer's interests.
To safeguard my employer's interests. To safeguard my employer's interests.
And so advise him or her wisely and honestly.
And so advise him or her wisely and honestly. How wisely and honestly. Obligations to my country. Obligations as to my country.
This is my personal business and social contracts.
This is my personal business and social contract.
I shall uphold the constitution of my nation.
I shall uphold the constitution of my nation.
And shall honor the choosing way of life.
And I shall honor the choosing way of life.
My fellow citizens.
As fellow citizens. My fellow citizens.
I accept this obligation as personal responsibility.
I accept this obligation as a personal responsibility.
Member of this profession.
And a member of this profession.
I shall actively discharge this obligation.
I shall actively discharge these obligations.
So, especially, you are supposed to write your name, membership number we have given you. Category member. Then I have to hand you over to the president. President, sir, here are the 2023 inductees. So you come out, those of us who are here, to come and have a presidential handshake with him. So he will accept you into the fold of the AITP. Over to you, our president.
Okay.
What they calling them?
No, no need. Okay, by the power vested on me by the National Executive Council of AITP, I have all admitted you as member of this noble profession, Academia in Information Technology.
Thank you.
People online too. And those who are online, we do picture. We wait for the people.
Those online, we love you, please.
Thank you. We love you too.
We love you too.
Yeah, are we submitting this?
Yes.
I didn't get the picture. Bring my phone.
Where is his phone?
They'll give you your phone.
And you shall borrow him. Thank you, sir. I'm doing. Yes, Nasi Gori, I am. Tampo. You are submitting the form to the membership chairman. Okay.
So, as we said, welcome all of you, and we encourage all of us to please always participate. Let's call each other, especially the participants. Anytime you have research, for some of you that are you want to go for masters, you want to go for PhD, identify any of the senior people in here. Yes, identify. You can go to University of Ilorin. Our VC is from University of Ilorin, and his VC there. You can go there and do your masters, do a PhD. You can go to University of Uyo. I mean, you can come to Yola, Mao. I mean, or Mubi. We can supervise all of you. We have other things from Abekuta. Our vice president is there. Yes, we have Federal University of Lokoja. Professor Obini. Yes. So, National Open University, our brother, the secretary who just left for accreditation now. Yes, National State University. We have Base University. Oh, so that's why we say that this place is a forum for network, and we should utilize it. So every year we open our WhatsApp group for that particular workshop or conference. So anytime you need something, you can. Our numbers are there. Our numbers are there. You can call us. You can ask us. We can guide you. And it doesn't mean that one of us is providing. If you have a problem, you can call us. We can direct you to someone that can work with us. Yes, you can direct someone that can assist you. You can direct someone, yes. All those things were all connected in academics. And we are hoping that very soon we go to what next level, are we? To handle what? Nigeria. So I all welcome all of us to this particular forum. And we seek for your cooperation and commitment. So I think okay. So certificate, are we? Yes. So your certificate is ready for those people that are inducted, is ready, and those for participation again. For membership.
Hello.
For attendance.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, workshop attendance. Yes, you can go and collect it.
Okay.
Let's close. So we pray, yes. I think we asked our VC to pray for us. You know, yes. Our Vice Chancellor, please.
For the grace, because
protection data. Which of the protection data?
we had some, not that the road was very straight, but out of determination by the National Executive Council of this association, we were determined that we will have to want to appreciate God that it's not just a
3,000 beneficiary. Is it for protection and rule of law? Or?
Okay.
Okay, it's weak. There's no battery. The battery is weak.
Okay.
So we give thanks to the Almighty God that it's not just a workshop, but an impactful one. We thank God for the organizers, ranging from the president, the chairman of the event, and also other members of the for the grace in putting this great event together. We thank God for joining mercy so far from wherever we come to attend this workshop, and we believe that God will also keep us safe back to our various destinations.
Amen.
We want to appreciate God for increasing us in number as a profession, because the addition by this new membership is a strength to this association. I want to believe that God will strengthen us and will make each and every new member to have reason to contribute positively to the growth and development of this association. I will pray that in our career development, in our business engagement for those who are entering us, joining AITP will definitely add value to work. Everybody will have cause to thank God for being part of this. Praying that as we want to depart to our various destinations, God will grant us journeys and also give us the opportunity to convert again for workshops, for conferences in the nearest future. In the name of Almighty God, we are.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our able
so officially closed, I mean?
No, we have done that. So I'm suggesting that we can, no, let's go and take the session. Yeah, we can have the suggested meeting. People are on the.
No, everybody.
Everybody. Okay, you have my concurrence. Let me go to
just go to your hotel.
I'm sorry.
You must come. You must come.
The president has approved. Yeah. I've fulfilled my. Thank you so much. I'm even happy that I meet you. Honestly. I was talking ahead of the time. Wow. So I just want to come and meet you. I don't want to give any message, but I've done the right thing. I want to be very grateful and yet meet you. Well done,
Thank you for making me, for being my mentor. Thank you for teaching me all.
It was a great outing. I said we can be having various workshops. We have the conference by Monday. Honestly, you can take it as a model. You can have 4 or 5 workshops a day. Yes, because it's easier to organize workshops than conferences. Yes, thematic area. We just call thematic area. That's called thematic area. We take over from CPL to do that. No, that is it. Maybe go Southwest, and we have 6 in here. And the conference can be biannual.
We can start with 2 next year.
Region by region.
I don't want in Ilorin.
3 is okay. We can combine 2 close regions. Let's say 3 in a year. Let's say we have 1 March, we have 1 in July, you can have another 1 by November.
I think it should be okay.
Particularly a year that you don't have conference. Yes. A year that we're having conference, you can have just 2 years.
Our chairman is.
You have done well, sir. I was running after you last year. Yes, let me.
Because she tried.
It's faster.
No, she's trying. Yes.
Kudos to you, sir. Thank you, material. Thank you for the training, the certificates, everything just on course. Thank you so much. Let's go and take pictures. So we that were not in yesterday's picture. Seriously, let's okay, maybe. Okay, let me carry my. Let's.
Okay, we can take a group of two.
But they have gone downstairs. Yes. Okay, let's take a group one here. Collect my friend. Thank you. You did well.
Man, it's small thing.
Are we taking picture here?
The workshop has officially closed. Thank you. Online. Thank you very much for your time, especially my sister from Malaysia. Thank you so much. Terima kasih. Hello,
International. That's international. Let me give you a phone. Let me pack it. Let me pack it downstairs.
Mr. Kakwe, thank you very much. We really appreciate you. Yeah.
A big well done to all of you there. Bye-bye.
Thank you, my prof.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It was a marvelous workshop.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Some of us could attend physically because of accreditation and stuff.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your time, too.
Thank you for all the stuff.
Thank you, sir.
Have a nice time.
And you too, sir. Thank you so much. So, our people online, I want to officially close this Zoom and declare the workshop officially closed. Thank you very much for your time. God bless you.
Thank you too, sir.
Thank you.